Expand your vocabulary with our Core 2000 Words ebook. It's free and packed with essential expressions that you'll use on a daily basis. Start building your vocabulary today. Click the link in the description below to download your free Arabic ebook before it's gone.
Hi, welcome to Introduction to Arabic. My name is Alicia, and I'm joined by...
Hi everyone, I'm Yafa. In this series, you will learn everything you need to know to get started learning Arabic.
That's right, and we're here to help guide you on your journey. In this lesson, you'll learn the reasons why you should start learning a new language, why you should learn Arabic in particular, and how to get started. There are countless reasons, but perhaps the biggest one of all is that it could actually change your life. Learning a new language unlocks new pathways that are off limits to you now. There are certain things that you simply cannot do without having the technical or cultural skills that come from learning a new language.
Like working or living in another country.
Knowing another language provides you with greater job opportunities. You have the freedom to move to another country halfway around the world and be able to earn a living, or even better yet, build a career from it, instead of just being stuck in one place. Language allows you to visit or live in places that you may never even have considered going, simply because that wasn't a possibility for you. Knowing another language simply gives you more options to choose from.
And learning a new language also helps you to be more open-minded and see the world from a new perspective.
Language and culture go hand in hand. The world is a big place, and by broadening your understanding of other cultures, it allows you to be more empathetic and understanding of the many different ways that people live their lives. With language, you're able to see and experience more, which helps you to grow as a person.
Learning a new language also improves your memory.
Several studies have consistently shown that those who study another language have improved memory as opposed to those who didn't learn another language. Learning another language also keeps your brain healthy by significantly delaying the onset of Alzheimer's and dementia. This difference can be as much as 4 to 5 more years of quality life.
And those are just some of the reasons you should learn another language. The list just goes on and on.
Now you know the benefits of studying another language, but why should you learn Arabic in particular?
The Arab world is well known as a ceaseless supply of oil. It's rich in resources with enormous oil and natural gas reserves. In fact, 7 of the top 20 countries that produce the most oil come from Arab nations.
Not to mention that Arabic is spoken in more than 20 countries with roughly 300 million native speakers worldwide. This makes Arabic one of the most widely spoken languages in the world. Knowing Arabic opens up many business and career opportunities.
The region's instability has not affected its tourism industry, which is considered the fastest growing sector in the region, with Egypt, UAE, Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan leading the way. Surely you have heard of the ancient pyramids of Giza or the Burj Khalifa. Well, these are both famous attractions in the Arab world, where Arabic is the official language.
The majority of the Arabian population can't speak English, so if you're planning on making a few friends in any Arab country, being able to speak Arabic is an absolute must.
Another sector that is growing steadily in the Arab world is telecommunications. Within less than a decade, many local companies have managed to successfully compete internationally as global players.
Islam is the most widespread religion in the Arab world, and it serves as a framework through which many Arabs see the world. Through your study of Arabic, you will pick up knowledge of Islamic traditions and beliefs that will introduce you to a new religion, or to gain insight into the second largest religion in the world.
So clearly, there are many reasons why you should learn Arabic.
Okay then. We've talked about the reasons you should learn Arabic, but how should they get started, Yafa?
Well, it's as simple as learning your first word in Arabic and building up from there.
The fact that will surprise you is that you already know some Arabic.
الكحول, ليمون, سكر.
Many English words have been acquired directly from Arabic, or else indirectly by passing from Arabic into other languages and then into English. So you must have said some Arabic words before.
Let's teach you something that is very useful. All Arabic vocabulary is made up of root consonants that you can easily memorize.
Can you explain this further, Yafa?
Sure, Alicia. For example, there are loads of words derived from the 3 letters كاف, ت, ب, which are equivalent to the English letters K, T, and B, and they are all connected in some way to writing. The verb كتب, which means he wrote, كاتب, which means writer, كتاب, which means book, and so on.
To better understand this point, we'll compare it to English. In English, we have many words derived from the same three letters. For example, run, runner, and running are all derived from the three letters R, U, N, and the three words are related to each other. It's the same thing in Arabic. You see the similarity in all of those words, don't you? All of those words come from the same three letters, so even if you only memorize the three letters K, T, and B, you could in many cases take a really good guess at the meaning of a word, since you know it has something to do with books and writing.
Exactly. That makes things much easier to learn.
Well, you'll learn more about Arabic writing in episode 4, so stay tuned. Now, try saying your first word in Arabic. Listen and repeat after Yafa.
شكراً.
Now your turn.
شكراً.
Try it again.
شكراً.
Well done. You just learned how to say thank you in Arabic. We've covered a lot of things already, so why don't we wrap up the first lesson and recap on what we've learned. In this lesson, you learned the benefits of studying Arabic. The Arab world has a colorful history with many things for you to see and learn, and to say thank you in Arabic, it's
شكراً.
In the next lesson, we're going to demystify Arabic pronunciation by taking a look at the sounds of Arabic, so be sure to watch the next video. See you in the next lesson. Bye!
Bye.
Hi, welcome to Introduction to Arabic. My name is Alicia, and I'm joined by...
Hi everyone, I'm Yafa.
In this lesson, you'll learn the basics of Arabic pronunciation. Pronunciation refers to the manner in which a word is spoken, so don't focus on reading what's on screen. Instead, focus on listening and repeating.
Arabic is what is called a stress-timed language.
This simply means that stressed syllables are valued more than unstressed syllables. Stressed syllables will be pronounced louder and longer than unstressed syllables, which are shortened to accommodate the rhythm of stressed syllables.
كتاب. كتاب.
Notice that the second syllable is stressed. It's pronounced longer and louder, while the first and final syllables are shortened.
كتاب.
If you think about it, this is identical to English. Opportunity. The stressed syllable to in opportunity is deemed more important, so it's pronounced longer than all other syllables. Listen to it again. Opportunity. Compare this once again with Arabic.
كتاب.
Opportunity.
كتاب.
Opportunity.
كتاب.
As you can see, the timing and rhythm of Arabic isn't much different than that of English. Despite what you may think, Arabic pronunciation is actually quite similar to English. There are more familiar sounds between English and Arabic than unfamiliar sounds. In fact, 75% of all sounds in Arabic exist in English too.
This means that if you were to simply imitate an Arabic speaker, your pronunciation will be correct roughly 75% of the time. Repeat after me. المدير. المدير.
Chances are your pronunciation was pretty spot on. The A, L, M, U, D, I, and R sounds are practically identical to English. Try again.
المدير.
Nearly all sounds in Arabic are identical to English, similar to the consonant sounds in this example. Since you already know how to pronounce most of these sounds, we only need to pay attention to the handful of sounds that are unique to Arabic. They're the ones we need to look out for. Of all the sounds that exist in Arabic, there are roughly 9 new consonant sounds that you need to practice.
ح, را, صا, ظا, طا, ظا, قا, غا, ع.
These 5 sounds are known as emphatic consonants. They're categorized as such because they're pronounced deep within the throat.
ظا, ح, صا, ظا, قا.
They sound like the D, H, S, T, and Q sounds respectively, except much more tense because the throat is constricted. Listen again.
Va, ha, sa, va, ka. Let's take a look at another sound that's quite distinctively Arabic. Consider the phrase for good morning in Arabic. صباح الخير. صباح الخير. The letter kha is a sound that's often used in Arabic between AK and NH sound. Kha.
It sounds as though you're clearing your throat.
Kha.
We'll cover this sound and all other sounds in Arabic in much more detail in future lessons. For now, let's close this lesson by recapping what we've learned. In this lesson, you learned that Arabic is a stress-timed language where the rhythm is akin to English. Collectively, nearly all sounds in Arabic are identical to the sounds of English, and there are only a handful of new sounds that you need to learn. We've covered only the basics of Arabic pronunciation. If you're interested in learning more, check out the entire course we created named The Ultimate Guide to Arabic Pronunciation. In that course, we cover and break down every single sound in the Arabic language, showing you mouth and tongue positioning and giving you tips to help you perfect your Arabic pronunciation. In the next lesson, we'll introduce you to the basics of Arabic grammar, where you'll learn about Arabic word order and how to build basic phrases in Arabic. See you in the next lesson. Bye!
Bye!
Hi! Welcome to Introduction to Arabic. My name is Alicia, and I'm joined by...
Hi everyone, I'm Yafa.
In this lesson, you'll learn the basics of Arabic grammar. Word order refers to the order in which words are structured to form a sentence in a given language. Consider the English sentence, I ate an apple. But first, let's remove the article an here for simplicity. So we're just left with I ate apple. The basic word order for English is subject, verb, object, or SVO for short. If we break down the English sentence, I ate apple, we can see that the subject I is presented first, followed by the verb ate, and then finally, the object apple is positioned last. This is the basic word order for sentences in English.
Now, let's compare that same sentence, I ate an apple in Arabic. أكلت أنا تفاحة. If we break down the Arabic sentence, we get the verb أكلت, which means ate, followed by the subject أنا, meaning I. And finally, we have the object تفاحة, meaning apple. Arabic is actually written in red from right to left. We will cover this aspect more in the next episode on writing. The word order for Arabic then is verb, subject, object, or VSO for short.
The same sentence in Arabic then is essentially ate I apple. Verb first, then subject and object last.
Okay, let's move on to the next section.
English is what is called a subject-prominent language. This simply means that the subject is slightly more important than other components in the sentence. It's the key piece of information other components in the sentence relate to. Who is doing the action is slightly more important than what is being done or which object it's been done to in English.
Arabic, on the other hand, is defined as a null subject language. That essentially means that the subject isn't valued as much in Arabic as it is in English. In fact, Arabic speakers would likely omit the subject from a sentence altogether wherever they can.
Such as when the subject was about you, the speaker, or if the subject has already been established and you're just continuing the conversation.
Let's take a look at this phenomenon on null subject in a bit more detail.
More often than not, if you wanted to say, I ate an apple in Arabic, you would not say,
أكلت أنا تفاحة.
Instead, you would more likely say, ate apple in Arabic,
أكلت تفاحة.
where you omit the subject I. Most Arabic sentences are constructed and spoken like this in real life.
أكلت تفاحة.
In most situations, such as a one-on-one conversation, it's clear that the person who's speaking is the subject. In cases where it's obvious who or what the subject is, it's almost guaranteed that the subject will be omitted. And so you're left with
أكلت تفاحة.
On the other hand, when it's unclear who or what the subject is, or if you wanted to place emphasis on the subject, like if you wanted to declare from a group of people that it was you who ate the apple, then you would include the subject.
أكلت أنا تفاحة.
But more often than not, most sentences spoken in daily Arabic conversation can be spoken without including the subject at all, particularly if that subject is you.
فتحت الصندوق. عدت إلى المنزل بالقطار.
Knowing this, we can easily express any simple action in Arabic using just the object and the verb. Try to create the sentence, I ate a hot dog, from this set of words.
أكلت hot dog.
Okay, got it? So we know the verb order of Arabic is VSO. The verb goes first, so let's put ate here. Next would come the subject, but as we learned earlier, we can afford to ignore the subject since the speaker is the same person taking action. Finally, we can add the object hot dog at the end there. And that's it.
أكلت hot dog.
You just learned how to say, I ate a hot dog in Arabic. Well done!
أكلت hot dog.
You can create any basic sentence like this in Arabic if you simply know the word for the verb and the object in Arabic. Let's wrap up this lesson by recapping what you've learned. In this lesson, you learned that Arabic sentences are formed using a verb, subject, object, or VSO word order. Most sentences spoken in Arabic will not actually contain a subject, especially if that subject is obvious, like when it's you, yourself, the speaker. And lastly, you can create basic sentences in Arabic by putting the verb first and the object last. We've covered only the very basics of Arabic grammar. If you're interested in learning more, check out our Arabic in 3 Minutes video series. In that course, we teach you useful phrases while covering the fundamentals of Arabic grammar, and each lesson is only 3 minutes long. In the next lesson, we'll introduce you to the basics of Arabic writing. See you in the next lesson. Bye!
Bye.
Hi! Welcome to Introduction to Arabic. My name is Alicia, and I'm joined by...
Hi everyone, I'm Yafa.
In this lesson, you'll learn the basics of Arabic writing. First, let's introduce you to the Arabic alphabet.
The Arabic alphabet consists of 28 letters.
There are 3 vowels,
ألف, wa, ya.
the rest are consonants.
باء, تاء, ثاء, جيم, دل, را, زاء.
And so on. 5 consonant letters are emphatic or hard versions of other letters. They're pronounced deeper in the throat.
ضاد, حاء, صاد, ظا, قاف. Let's talk a little bit about the sequence that they are written in.
Just like how English orders its alphabet in A, B, C, and so forth, there is a proper order in which Arabic letters are sequenced too.
There are actually 2 ways the Arabic alphabet is ordered. One is called abjad and the other hija. For this introductory lesson, just understand that abjad is the older version, while the hija is the newer version that's commonly used in modern-day dictionaries.
So if you had to choose, try to learn the newer version.
Hija. Just like how there are abjad and hija orders of the Arabic alphabet, there are also 2 different styles of writing in Arabic. The first is classical Arabic, the language of the Quran, and the classical literature. It differs from the other type of written Arabic in style and vocabulary, some of which is abandoned now.
The second is modern standard Arabic, the universal language of the Arabic-speaking world, which is understood by all Arabic speakers. It's the language of the vast majority of written material and of formal TV shows, lectures, and so on.
Once again, you can think of them as the old and the newer style.
The biggest difference between these 2 writing styles is that Classical Arabic represents vowels, while Modern Standard Arabic mostly does not. Let's try to draw a comparison to English to better demonstrate this point. Take, for example, a word like cover in English. It's written C-O-V-E-R. This is how you would write it in Classical Arabic.
In Modern Standard Arabic, however, it's customary to omit the vowels. So it will be written CVR in Modern Standard Arabic.
In this case, the vowels are merely implied. It relies on you to fill in the gaps on your own to come up with the correct word based on context.
This makes learning Arabic more difficult in the beginning, but once you become proficient, it will be like reading in shorthand.
Let's see what it would look like in Arabic.
Take the verb for go in Arabic. Classical Arabic will be written like this. In pronounced ذهب.
Modern Standard Arabic, however, would remove the vowels, so it would appear like this, and be pronounced
ذهب. 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 Vowel text appear in the Quran. They are also used, though with less consistency, in other religious texts, in classical poetry, in books for children, in foreign learners, and occasionally in complex texts to avoid ambiguity.
Modern Standard Arabic is used everywhere else, meaning it's much more common. So most of the time, the vowels would not be written at all.
The writing style of Arabic may require some getting used to, because unlike English and other Western languages, Arabic is written in the opposite direction, from right to left.
So, using the previous example,
ذهب. The goes first, followed by ه and then b. While words are written from right to left, numerals are written from left to right instead, so please keep that in mind.
Okay, now that you know that Arabic is written from right to left, let's talk a bit about the different forms of a letter.
As you can see, Arabic is written in cursive. Unlike English, writing cursive in Arabic is not optional. It is always written this way, where letters within a word connect from one to the next.
Each letter is written differently depending on their position within a word. A letter can exhibit up to 4 distinct forms: initial, medial, final, or isolated.
Take the letter B, for example.
This letter is written in the initial form. When it's the first letter in a word, it'll be written like this.
B. بيض.
It'll be written in the medial form when it's wedged between 2 other letters.
باء. انطباع.
It'll be written in the final form when it's the last letter in a word.
باء. واجب.
And when the letter stands alone, it'll be written using the isolated form.
باء.
Well done! Now let's end this lesson by recapping what we've learned. In this lesson, you learned that there are 28 letters in the Arabic alphabet. 3 of them are vowels and the rest are consonants. Texts using Classical Arabic are voweled, but more commonly, everyday Arabic is written using Modern Standard Arabic, which nearly always has them omitted. You also learned that Arabic is written from right to left, and that there are 4 forms of a letter: the initial, medial, final, and isolated. In the next lesson, you'll be entering Arabic Boot Camp, where you'll learn useful beginner phrases to get you speaking Arabic right away. See you in the next lesson. Bye!
Bye.
Hi! Welcome to Introduction to Arabic. My name is Alicia, and I'm joined by...
Hi everyone, I'm Yafa.
In this lesson, we'll focus on teaching you the most useful Arabic words and phrases for absolute beginners.
Make sure you are repeating the words out loud after I say the examples.
Are you ready? Let's get started. The best phrase to learn when studying a new language is one that expresses gratitude and appreciation. If you had to learn only a single phrase, this would be it.
We taught you this phrase in the first lesson of this series. Do you remember what it was? Shukran. It means thank you. Shukran.
Keep repeating after Yafa until you get it.
شكراً.
Your turn.
شكراً. شكراً.
Okay, one last time.
شكراً.
The next phrase we'll teach you is perhaps the second most useful phrase of all. It's to apologize or to excuse yourself.
معذرة. And it means sorry or excuse me. معذرة.
Use this phrase when you want to grab a waiter's attention or when you're hustling through the busy streets of Cairo.
معذرة.
Repeat after Yafa.
معذرة.
Your turn.
معذرة.
Imagine you're on the street and you want to stop someone to ask them for directions. What do you say?
معذرة.
Okay, one last time.
معذرة.
Now you can say thank you, excuse me, and sorry in Arabic. Let's move on. Asking where something is an incredibly important and useful phrase to learn. You're going to need this when asking where the bathroom, the train station, or where the hotel is. To ask where something is, put where first,
أين.
and then add the name of the place or location. For example, if you want to ask, where is the bathroom?
أين الحمام.
Do you remember emphatic consonants in Arabic? We talked about it briefly in Lesson 2 on pronunciation.
The letter ha is pronounced deep in the throat. Ha.
This sound is pronounced very deep in the throat. You want to make an H sound, but with the throat constricted a little.
Ha.
One trick to produce this sound is to push your tongue as far back in your mouth as you can and then say the word hot. It should help you to pronounce this sound.
Ha.
One last time.
ha. الحمام. أين الحمام.
Try saying the complete sentence.
أين الحمام.
Once more.
أين الحمام.
Well done. Now, if you wanted to ask where the train station is in Arabic, it'll be
أين محطة القطار. أين محطة القطار.
Repeat it again.
أين محطة القطار.
So you can ask where something is simply by saying
أين.
and then adding the name of the place or location. So if the word for hotel is,
فندق.
how would you ask, where is the hotel in Arabic? First you would say,
أين.
then add hotel.
فندق. فندق. فندق ماريوت القاهرة. فندق ماريوت القاهرة.
Convenience store in Arabic is,
بقالة.
where is the convenience store would be,
أين البقالة. أين البقالة.
repeat it one last time.
أين البقالة.
You can ask where anything is in Arabic by saying,
أين.
and then adding the place or location. In this final lesson, you learned how to say thank you, excuse me, sorry, and to ask where something is in Arabic. And in this series, we introduced you to the basics of Arabic pronunciation, grammar, writing, and more. Let's conclude with some parting advice from Yafa and listen to some of her tips on how to learn Arabic from a native Arabic perspective.
The best way to learn Arabic, particularly if you want to improve your communication skills, is to watch and study contemporary Arabic videos. That's because we often use expressions that aren't necessarily introduced in grammar textbooks. I believe that listening to Arabic music is one of the easiest ways to immerse yourself and to learn Arabic. Additionally, music teaches you all sorts of things, including cultural expressions and the values of a community. You get to learn much more than just the language. Finally, watching contemporary videos such as our video here at ArabicPod101.com will ensure that you are learning real, applicable Arabic in the fastest and most effective way.
You've reached the end of this course, Introduction to Arabic, but it's only the beginning of your journey to Arabic fluency. Where do you go from here? Try our Ultimate Guide to Arabic Pronunciation series, where we teach you all the sounds of the Arabic language. Or check out any of our other video series. We have many different categories for you to choose from. Good luck as you continue learning Arabic, and I'll see you in another video. Bye!
Bye!
أهلاً بكم، أنا كارول. Welcome to ArabicPod101.com's Abjadiyya Made Easy, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn the Arabic alphabet, the Abjadiyya. Over the next 20 lessons, you'll learn everything there is to know about the reading and writing of the Arabic language. By the end, you'll be ready to dive into the world of Arabic literature, make your way through Arabian cities, and really accelerate your Arabic study. Ready to start? Then let's go! The Arabic alphabet contains 28 letters and their variations. Seeing them laid out like this might seem intimidating, but the trick is to take it step by step, letter by letter. Don't worry about how hard it looks now, just stick with me and in a few short lessons you'll see how easy it actually is. I have some really good news for you. Arabic is largely phonetic. This means words are pronounced exactly like they're written. Also, most Arabic sounds have counterparts in English. We'll use this similarity to English to tackle the Arabic writing system. Let's separate the letters into two types. The first type are the Arabic letters that have English counterparts, and the second type are those that don't. In this lesson, we learn two letters needed to write the pronoun I in Arabic. Both of them belong to the first type, so expect them to be really easy to pronounce. Ready? Let's begin. We'll start with Alif. So what sound does this letter make? That's easy. It's just like its English counterpart A in the word apple. Alif is very easy to write. It's basically a vertical stick. Now it's time to take out your pens and pencils. We're going to practice writing. Find some paper and follow along. We'll practice writing them so you can get used to the shapes. Okay, here we go. Alif. Nice! Time for the next letter? Not quite. You just saw the isolated version of Alif. However, Arabic is a cursive language. That means every letter in a word connects to the letter before or after it. So every time I introduce a new letter in this series, I'll also show you how it's written in all its possible positions. Let's get to know the different possible positions for a letter in Arabic. It's always one of four: isolated, initial, medial, or final. Let's look at each of them. Isolated means that the letter has no letters before it or after it. It's the standard form we learned just a few minutes ago. Initial means that the letter lies in the beginning of a word, so it's connected to the letter after it, but has no letters before it. Are you confused because the initial position connects to the letter to the left of it? That's because Arabic is written from right to left. Medial means that the letter is connected from back and front to other letters. And final means that the letter is the last letter in a word, so it's only connected to the letter before it. With the exception of 6 letters, we must learn the 4 possible forms for all the letters in the Arabic alphabet. Those 6 exception letters don't have a distinct medial form and are instead written with their final form without being connected to the next letter. Their initial form is the same as the isolated form. By the way, the letter we learned today happens to be one of those exceptions. That means we only have to learn 2 forms, isolated and final. You already learned the isolated version, so you just need to learn the final version. Let's write it. Alif. Now we will learn the final letter needed to write the word I in Arabic. That's noon. The noon is pronounced just like the English N. Pretty easy, right? It basically looks like a semicircle with a dot on top. Remember that this is the isolated form. Let's write it. Noon. You got lucky with your first letter, but noon requires that you learn all 4 forms. Let's get them all out of the way at once. So we have the initial form for when noon appears at the beginning of a word, the medial form for when it appears in the middle of a word, and the final form for when it's at the end. Now try to write all 3. Noon. Great! You've already learned 2 letters of the Arabic alphabet. I think you're ready to learn your first Arabic word. The word you learned to write today is ana. This word means I. The first alif is isolated because it's at the beginning of the word. The second and the third letters, noon and alif, are connected. You may have noticed that the alif at the beginning has a little mark on the top. When alif is at the beginning of the word, we add this mark to it, but it's still the alif sound. There's an exception to this rule, but you can read about it in the lesson notes, and we'll talk more about this mark in a later lesson, so don't worry too much. Now try to write it yourself. Ana. Now it's time for Carol's tips. By now, you must be overwhelmed by all the different variations and exceptions. And you also might be worried about that weird mark in the word you learned today. Don't worry, you don't need to understand everything 100% by the end of this lesson. I'll present the new concept slowly over the rest of these lessons, and you'll soon find that Arabic writing isn't all that scary. Have you ever heard the Arabic word ab? In the next Abjadiyya Made Easy lesson, you'll learn what it means, and most of all, how to write it. See you there, salam!
أهلا بكم أنا كارول. Welcome to ArabicPod101.com's Abjadiyya Made Easy, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn the Arabic alphabet, the Abjadiyya. In the last lesson, we learned 2 letters, alif and noon. These letters have English counterparts. In this lesson, we'll continue our study of the Arabic alphabet by learning more letters that have English counterparts. Ready to go? Well then, let's get started. In this lesson, we'll learn these 3 letters. Note how they all look a lot like each other. This will help you memorize them. And because these have English counterparts, we know for sure that they are going to be easy to pronounce. Remember the noon we learned in the previous lesson? There are 2 differences between the noon and the 3 letters we're learning in this lesson. The first difference is the number and position of the dots. The second difference is that the isolated version of the noon dips beneath the line like this, while the 3 letters in this lesson don't. Our first letter of this lesson is ba, and yeah, it makes a B sound. You can remember this because the dot is below the boat shape. Let's study the different ways to write it together. Now you write it. Ba. As we studied in the previous lesson, there are many forms for every letter in Arabic. The letter ba has 4 possible positions: isolated, initial, medial, and final. Let's see the remaining 3: initial, medial, final. Now we'll write them. Ba. That's all there is to ba. Let's move on. The second letter you learn in this lesson is another one that looks like ba. Ta. As you can see, the only difference is in the position and the number of the dots. The pronunciation is like the English T, except you should release your breath with a strong burst of air. Try it. Ta. Here's how to write the isolated version. Ta. This letter also has 4 possible positions: isolated, initial, medial, and final. Let's see the remaining 3. Okay, let's write them. Ta. Now let's finish up this lesson with the third letter of this group. Our final letter is tha. That's like the TH in the English word thief. Pretty easy, right? Tha has 3 dots on top of the boat-like letter, written in a triangle-like shape. Tha carries an extra letter, so we add a third dot. A third dot like 3. Here's how to write the isolated version. Tha. You're almost there. Here are the remaining variations of this letter: initial, medial, and final. Once you practice writing these a few times, they won't seem so difficult. Tha. Well done! I think you're ready to learn a new word. Can you read this? It's pronounced ab. This is the word for father in Arabic. The first letter is an isolated alif. We learned that in the previous lesson. Then there's an isolated ba. Pretty easy, huh? Now let's practice writing it. Ab. Now it's time for Carol's tips. Here's a useful reminder for memorizing the characters we've learned in this lesson. For the letter ba, the dot is below the line, and for the letters ta and tha, the dots are at the top. Be sure to add ana and ab to your notebook. We'll be learning new words in each lesson, and by the end of the series, you will have a very useful collection of words that you wrote yourself. In this lesson, we met 3 letters that look alike. In the next lesson, we'll see 3 more letters that look alike. See you in the next Abjadiyya Made Easy lesson. Salam! أهلا بكم أنا كارول. Welcome to ArabicPod101.com's Abjadiyya Made Easy, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn the Arabic alphabet, the Abjadiyya. In the first 2 lessons, we covered the 5 letters alif, nun, ba, ta, and tha in the Arabic alphabet. Now we're going to take a look at some Arabic letters that are slightly more difficult to pronounce. I'll try to explain them in a simple way. Ready to go? Let's get started. In this lesson, we'll learn how to read and write 3 letters that look alike. Writing them should be easy, but pronouncing them is the most challenging part. Our first letter is jim. This one is easy to pronounce. It's somewhere between a G and a J, depending on the accent. For example, Standard Arabic, Syrian, or Egyptian. In Standard Arabic and Syrian Arabic, it should sound like the J in the word jam, while in Egyptian Arabic, it sounds like the G in the word game. They're both quite easy to pronounce though. Now let's handwrite the isolated form. Jim. Here are the initial, medial, and final versions of jim. Now we'll write them. Jim. The second letter we learn in this lesson is ha. As you can see, it looks like the jim, but without the dot in the hook. But of course, it doesn't sound like it. Ha is the first letter of the second group, meaning that it has no counterpart in English. It sounds like the sound you make when trying to cool your mouth and throat after eating something very spicy. The closest English counterpart to the sound is H. The only difference is that it comes from a point deeper down in your throat, just like this. Try it yourself. Here's how to write the isolated version. Ha. Here are the initial, medial, and final versions of ha. Now we'll write them. Ha. The last letter we learn here is the kha. This letter, like the ha, has no English counterpart. Kha is a sound some people make when they laugh. It's also similar to the sound people make when they snore. According to phonetic charts, ha is pronounced in a deeper part of the throat than kha. Listen and repeat. Kha. Kha. Both kha and ha have no English counterparts. They're a bit tricky to pronounce, so let's practice these two letters in some words. First, a word which has kha is khad. Khad means cheek in English. And one that has ha is had. Had means limit. Can you hear the difference between khad and had? It might take some time before you can hear the differences clearly, so don't worry about it too much. Here's how to write the isolated version. Kha. Like its two friends, it has three other forms: initial, medial, and final. Now we'll write them. Kha. Let's learn a word using some of these letters. Taj. Repeat after me. Taj. Taj means crown. That's ta in the initial form, alif in the final form, and jim in the isolated form, disconnected from the alif before it, because as we learned in the first lesson, the alif connects differently. Now let's try writing it. Taj. First, write the ta. The boat connected to the alif, the two dots, then the jim in the isolated form. Nice work! Now it's time for Carol's tips. You may feel that Arabic cursive is difficult and has a lot of rules. It might feel foreign at first, but you'll get used to it if you start reading written Arabic frequently. Practice writing some words from the letters we've learned so far. Try the following. Najaha, meaning to succeed. Jan, meaning side. Hajj, meaning pilgrimage. Good job! Well, that's all for this lesson. We'll continue next time with a few more letters that look alike. Don't worry, next lesson's letters are very easy to pronounce. I'll see you in the next Abjadiyya Made Easy lesson. Salam! أهلا بكم أنا كارول. Welcome to ArabicPod101.com's Abjadiyya Made Easy, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn the Arabic alphabet, the Abjadiyya. In the previous lesson, we introduced 3 letters that look alike, except for some minor differences. Some were totally different. 2 of them were the first 2 letters of the 8 sounds that don't have English counterparts. Do you remember how to write them? Make sure that you feel confident about the characters from past lessons before you move on. In this lesson, we'll continue by learning 2 more letters that look alike. After that, we'll learn a few more words to add to your notebook. Ready? Let's go! Our first letter is dal. It's just like the English D. Very easy to pronounce and easy to write as well. Here's the isolated form. Dal. It's a single stroke. You start from the top and then form a right angle. And that's it, done. Just like the alif we learned, the initial form of this letter is just like its isolated form, and the medial form is like the final form. Now we'll write it. Dal. The second letter we learn in this lesson looks like the previous letter, dal. It's the dal. Note how it does not dip beneath the line. We'll learn 2 letters in the next lesson that dip beneath the line. That's why you should make sure you differentiate between them. This letter is like the TH sound in the word this. Do you remember that we learned another letter corresponding to the English TH sound? It was tha, and it's pronounced as a silent TH, as in thief. This letter's pronunciation is a voiced sound, the, as in this or that. It's pronounced with the tongue between the upper and the lower teeth. It's quite easy to pronounce. Here's how to write the isolated version. Dhal. Now let's see how it looks like in its other forms. As you can see, it's just like its lookalike, dal. The initial form is the same as the isolated, and the medial form is the same as the final. If you know how to write dal, then you just need to add a dot to write dal. Handwriting time. Dal. We'll continue learning more letters next time, but for now, let's practice using these letters in some new words. First up is the word jadd. It means grandfather. That's the jim we learned in the previous lesson in initial form, connected to the dal we learned in this lesson in its final form. Okay, now try writing it. Jadd. Let's start with the jim. Then connect it to the dal. Great job! Let's try another word. Ida means if. We learned the alif in the first lesson and the dal in this lesson. Here you can see that little mark from lesson 1 is now at the bottom of alif and has changed the sound to an E. Don't worry too much about it for now. Now let's try writing it by hand. Ida. Now it's time for Carol's tips. Handwriting is kind of like a signature in every language, and no 2 people's handwriting is the same. It's better to learn the basics and the standard form of the alphabet and get used to it first, then develop your own style. Good luck! That's it for this lesson. In the next lesson, we'll meet our next 2 letters, which look a lot like the letters from this lesson. Salam! أهلاً بكم، أنا كارول. Welcome to ArabicPod101.com's Abjadiyya Made Easy, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn the Arabic alphabet, the Abjadiyya. In the previous lesson, we introduced some more letters that look alike. We've already learned several, but do you remember how to read and write them? Taking the time to review the lessons will be the key to learning how to write in Arabic. In this lesson, we learned two letters that look alike and also kind of look like the two letters in the previous lesson. Then we learn a few more words for you to add to your notebook. Ready to learn? Then let's go. Our first letter is Ra. Its closest English counterpart is the letter R, but it's a different sound that must be learned. Ra. It's not too hard to pronounce though, right? Note how it looks like the dal, but dips beneath the line. Make sure not to confuse them. Here's the isolated form. Ra. Now let's take a look at the other forms. Just like the alif, dal, and zal, the letters in this lesson connect differently. The isolated one is like the initial form, and the medial version is like the final one. Now we'll write it. Ra. The second letter we learn in this lesson looks pretty familiar. Zain. As you can see, it looks similar to the Ra, but with a dot on top. In terms of pronunciation, you say it just like the English Z, as in zebra, or Al Jazeera. Practice saying Al Jazeera if you want to practice both the sounds Ra and Zain at the same time. It's the perfect word for it. Al Jazeera. Here's how to write the isolated version. Zain. Start from the top, dip it below the line, then put a dot on top. Done. Now let's take a look at the other forms of Zain. You can probably guess that the isolated version is like the initial and the medial is like the final. Now let's write it. Zain. And that's all. Wow, great job today. We'll continue learning more letters in the next lesson, but for now, let's practice using these letters in some new words. First up is the word that uses two of our new letters. Try reading it out loud. It should be easy. It's pronounced jazar and means carrot. The jim is connected to the zain, but the ra and the zain aren't connected to each other because they are in medial and final positions. Now let's try writing it. Jazar. Now let's try to write another word. It's rad, meaning reply, like when you're replying to an email or message or someone talking. This verb uses only two letters and both are written like isolated letters. Let's write it. Rad. The last word we have in this lesson is the verb zara, which means visited. Note how all the three letters in this word connect differently, and so they are all isolated. Let's write it together. Zara. Now it's time for Carol's tips. Grouping letters into those with similar characteristics makes memorizing them much easier. Just make sure you don't confuse them. Some letters look very much alike, the only difference is dots and their position. By reading more, you'll get used to the difference between the letters and their pronunciation. Good luck! In the next lesson, we'll be doing a review of the letters we've learned so far. And we'll also give some detailed explanations about the little things we didn't cover in the past lessons, for the sake of focusing on writing and pronunciation. Let's get more in-depth in the next lesson. Salam! أهلا بكم أنا كارول. Welcome to ArabicPod101.com's Abjadiya Made Easy, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn the Arabic alphabet, the Abjadiya. In the last lesson, we introduced two letters of the first group that look alike, Ra and Zain. If you've been practicing, I'm sure you're doing a great job. This lesson will be a great chance for you to review all the letters we learned so far. Let's practice together. First, we'll review the basic rules. In this series, we've classified the Arabic alphabet into two groups. The first one is the group of the letters with counterparts in English language. The second one is the group of the letters that don't have counterparts in English. That means they will be a bit more challenging to pronounce, but remember, practice makes perfect. Letters of the Arabic alphabet have four ways to connect to the letters before and after them: isolated, initial, medial, and final. However, there are letters that don't follow that rule and only have two forms of connection. They are alif, dal, dhal, ra, zain, waw. Now let's review the letters we've learned so far. In the first lesson, we learned alif and noon. They are the letters you need to form the word ana, meaning the pronoun I. First, we have alif. Here's the isolated form. And here's the final form. Alif only has two forms, as we've already explained before. Now let's review noon. Isolated, initial, medial, and final. That's it for the first lesson. Did you remember that the initial form of alif is the same as the isolated form, and the medial form is the same as the final form? Now let's move on to the next lesson. In the second lesson, we learned ba, ta, and tha. First, we have ba, isolated, initial, medial, final. Then there's ta, isolated, initial, medial, final. Finally, we have tha, isolated, initial, medial, final. That's it for lesson 2. Their shapes look like a boat, remember? Next, let's review lesson 3. In the third lesson, we learned 3 more letters that look alike: jim, ha, and kha. Here's jim, isolated, initial, medial, final. Now let's check ha, isolated, initial, medial, final. Finally, we have kha, isolated, initial, medial, final. That's it for lesson 3. Next, let's review lesson 4. In the fourth lesson, we learned dal and dal. First, we have the dal, isolated and initial, medial and final. Now let's check the dal, isolated and initial, medial and final. That's it for lesson 4. These letters are 2 of the 6 which only have 2 forms. Finally, let's review lesson 5. In the 5th lesson, we learned ra and zain. These 2 letters also have only 2 forms. First, we have ra, isolated initial, medial final. Then there's zain, isolated initial, medial final. And that's the end of our review for the first 5 lessons. Did you remember most of them? Keep practicing and you'll get better in no time. Now we'll continue with some Arabic writing rules. To be able to read Arabic correctly, you also need to master the voweling system of the Arabic language. Voweling signs are marks above or beneath the letter that adds a vowel sound to that letter. However, vowels in the voweling signs are pronounced shorter than the actual vowels. Let's see the 3 basic voweling signs when used with ba. First, here's the fatha. The pronunciation will now be ba. Next, this is a kasra. This is now pronounced as b. And finally, here's the dhamma. It changes the pronunciation to bu. Now, let's practice writing and pronouncing these basic voweling signs. Akh, brother. Akh, ukht, sister. Ukht, jad, grandfather. جد. أنا I. أنا. أنت you. أنت. Voweling is very important because it can change a word's meaning. For example, here are 2 words that have the same letters but are pronounced differently and have different meanings because of the difference in voweling. Har means hot, while hur means free. There are other voweling signs in Arabic, but they aren't as common as the 3 basic signs we learned in this lesson. We'll go back to them in the next review lesson. Now it's time for Carol's tips. The concept of voweling might feel a bit unnatural to non-native speakers. However, Arabic learners need voweling to be able to read correctly, especially when faced with new words. Native speakers don't need voweling because they know the words and how they're pronounced already. Make sure you master the 3 signs we learned in this lesson. They will help you read faster and more correctly. Good luck! That's it for this lesson. I hope this has helped you memorize the letters we've learned so far and get a feel of how the voweling system in Arabic works. You did a great job. In the next Abjadiya Made Easy lesson, we learn 2 more letters of the first group that look alike. See you then. Salam! أهلا بكم أنا كارول. Welcome to ArabicPod101.com's Abjadiya Made Easy, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn the Arabic alphabet, the Abjadiya. In the last lesson, we practiced reading and writing all the letters we've learned so far. We also learned the 3 basic voweling signs in Arabic. From now on, we are going to write the words we learn with voweling, so get ready. Let's go! In this lesson, we'll continue with 2 letters from the first group, meaning that they have English counterparts, which is good news for us. Those are sin and shin. Let's start with sin. Sin sounds just like the English S. It's very easy to pronounce. Let's see how it's written. Here's the isolated version. Sin. Now let's see the rest of the letter forms. Initial, medial, and final. Let's write them. Sin. The next letter we learn is shin. This one is pronounced just like the English sh in the word shovel. This one is very easy as well. It looks just like the sin, except that it has 3 dots on top in a triangular formation, like the tha we learned in lesson 2. Let's write it down in the isolated form. Shin. Now let's see the rest of the forms. Initial, medial, final. Here's how to write them. Shin. Note how sin and shin dip underneath the line when they are in the isolated and final forms, just like the noon we learned in the first lesson of this series. Now let's learn some words using these 2 letters and the letters we learned before. First we have sir, meaning secret. Sin is in the initial form with a kasra beneath, connected to ra in the final form. Here's how to write it. Sir. The next word we have is shariba. It means to drink. Shin is in the initial form with a fatha on top, connected to ra in the final form, with a kasra beneath, then ba in the isolated form. Writing time. Shariba. Now it's time for Carol's tips. Taking note of letters that dip beneath the line and letters that don't can help improve your handwriting. The letters we learned so far that dip beneath the line are ra, zain in all their forms, and noon, sin, shin in their isolated and final forms. Also, it's best to practice on lined paper, not blank paper, for more structured handwriting. Next time, we learn 2 letters that look alike. However, they are challenging to pronounce. I'll get you through them in the next Abjadiya Made Easy lesson. Take care. Salam. أهلا بكم أنا كارول. Welcome to ArabicPod101.com's Abjadiya Made Easy, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn the Arabic alphabet, the Abjadiya. In the last lesson, we learned 2 more letters of the first group that look alike. I hope you remember how to read and write them. In this lesson, we learned 2 new letters that look alike, but they are in the second group, which means they are a bit challenging to pronounce. But remember, with practice, nothing is impossible. At the end of the lesson, we'll look at some new words and phrases to add to your notebook. Ready to learn? Then let's go. The first letter we have in this lesson is صاد. The صاد is basically the strong version of the sin we learned in the last lesson, and it kind of sounds like the S in the word saw. This sound is pronounced with your throat constricted. Listen to صاد and sin with the vowel alif we learned in the first lesson. Saw, sa. Hear the difference? You'll have to do this for a few more letters later on, so please get used to using your throat like this. Let's write it down in the isolated version. صاد. Here are the initial, medial, and final forms of this letter. Now we'll write them. صاد. The next letter we learn is ضاد. This one is like a strong version of the dal, kind of like the D in the word daughter. It looks just like the صاد, except that it has a dot on top. The difference between this letter and dal is the same as the difference between صاد and sin, with your throat constricted. ضاد. Here's how to write it in the isolated form. ضاد. Now let's check the rest of the forms. Initial, medial, final. Here's how to write them. ضاد. These two letters also dip underneath the line when they are in the isolated and final form, just like these other letters. Do you remember them? Now, let's learn two new words which use the letters we've learned so far. Our first word is صبر. It means patience. صاد is in the initial form with a fatha on top. Then we have the ba in the medial form without voweling, connected to ra in the final form. Here's how to write it. صبر. Our next word is ضرر. It means damage. It's ضاد in the initial form with a fatha on top, followed by ra in the final form with a fatha on top, and ra in the isolated form. Let's see how we write this word. ضرر. Now it's time for Carol's tips. One of the most challenging things in learning a new language is having to learn how to pronounce letters that don't exist in your own language. It takes time to learn, but it's possible with constant practice and listening to how native speakers pronounce these letters. Are you ready for your next challenge? We'll be learning 2 more letters from the second group in the next Abjadiyya Made Easy lesson. I'll see you then. Salam! أهلاً بكم أنا كارول. Welcome to ArabicPod101.com's أبجدية made easy, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn the Arabic alphabet, the أبجدية. In the last lesson, we learned 2 letters in the second group that look alike. In this lesson, we learn another set of similar letters from the second group. I know how frustrating it is to learn letters that are hard to pronounce, but don't worry. There aren't many left in that group. Ready to learn? Then let's go. The first letter we have in this lesson is Ain. It looks like a mirror image of the number 3, but it dips beneath the line in the isolated and final forms. Ain doesn't sound like any other letter in the Arabic or English alphabet. The sound comes from a very deep part in the throat. Let's practice it together. Repeat after me. Ain. Let's write the isolated form. Ain. Now let's see the other forms of Ain. Take note how they all look a bit different. Initial, medial, final. Let's see how we write them. Ain. The next letter we learn is Ghain. This one is like the French R. It looks just like the Ain, except that it has a dot on top. Its sound is similar to the sound you make when you gargle, a sound that comes from a point deep in the throat. Listen carefully. Ghain. Let's write it down in the isolated version. Ghain. Now for the rest of the forms, initial, medial, and final. Let's write them down. Ghain. Now let's learn some words using these 2 letters combined with some of the letters we learned before. Our first word is abra, meaning through. Ain is in the initial form with a fatha on top. Then we have the ba in the medial form without voweling, connected to the ra in the final form with a fatha on top. Let's write it. Abra. The next word is ghadr, which means betrayal. Ghain is in the initial form with a fatha on top, connected to a final dal with no voweling, then ra in the isolated form. Let's write it down. Ghadr. Now it's time for Carol's tips. In this lesson, you learned the letter Ain. Ain is also the Arabic word for eye. For example, the expression al-ain bil-ain was sin bis-sin means eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Great job in making it this far. Next time, we'll be having another review lesson and we'll learn more voweling signs. I'll see you in the next Abjadiyya Made Easy lesson. Take care. Salam. أهلاً بكم أنا كارول. Welcome to ArabicPod101.com's Abjadiyya Made Easy, the fastest, easiest, and most fun way to learn the Arabic alphabet, the Abjadiyya. Congratulations! We're done with the hardest letters in the Arabic language, so you can expect the next lessons to be much easier. But first, we'll have a review. In the past 4 lessons, you learned several letters with sounds that you have never heard or pronounced before. Do you remember the letters we learned in lesson 7? They were seen and sheen. Both of them are very easy to pronounce. First, we have seen, the isolated form, and the other 3 forms: initial, medial, final. Now let's review sheen. Isolated, initial, medial, final. That's it for lesson 7. Now on to lesson 8's letters. In lesson 8, we learned sad and dad. Here's the sad. Isolated, initial, medial, final. And then the dad. Isolated, initial, medial, final. Next, let's review lesson 9. We learned ta and dha. First, we have the ta. Isolated, initial, medial, final. Now here's the dha. Isolated, initial, medial, and final. And now here are the letters we learned last lesson: Ain and Ghain. First, let's review Ain. Isolated, initial, medial, final. Finally, let's see Ghain one more time. Isolated, initial, medial, final. That's it for these lessons. Did you remember most of them? Keep practicing and you'll get better. Now it's time to learn another voweling sign. In the previous review lesson, we learned the fatha, dhamma, and kasra. In this lesson, we will learn the shadda. Unlike in English, to repeat the same sound twice in Arabic, you don't use the same letter twice in a row. Instead, you use the shadda symbol. So, if you see a symbol that looks like a 3 on its side on top of a letter, then it means that that letter is to be pronounced twice. The shadda could also be used in combination with the fatha, dhamma, and kasra. First, here's how the fatha shadda combination looks like when used with ba. And here's the dhamma shadda combination. Finally, here's the kasra shadda combination. Take note that the kasra is put below the shadda and not the letter like when it's used on its own. Also, make sure that you don't confuse it with the fatha shadda combination, wherein the fatha is on top of the shadda. Now let's learn how to write and pronounce some new words that use shadda. Barrad, refrigerator. براد حبار cuttlefish حبار صبار cactus صبار عطار spice dealer عطار. Now it's time for Carol's tips. Keep writing the words and letters we've learned so far so you don't forget them. Also, try combining random letters and pronouncing them. It doesn't have to make sense in Arabic, but remember to use the correct form of the letter, whether it's in the isolated, initial, medial, or final form. Add in some voweling signs for even more challenge. That's it for this lesson. You've done a great job getting this far. Next time, we'll be back to learning 2 new letters. I'll be waiting for you in the next Abjadiya Made Easy lesson. See you then. Salam.
Hi everybody, my name is Nora. Welcome to the 2000 Core Arabic Words and Phrases video series. Each lesson will help you learn new words, practice, and review what you've learned. Okay, let's get started. First is ضئيل, insignificant. ضئيل, ضئيل, insignificant. كمية ضئيلة, insignificant amount. كمية ضئيلة. مشهور, famous. مشهور, مشهور, famous. ممثل مشهور, famous actor. ممثل مشهور. عطس, sneeze. عطس, عطس, sneeze. السيدة تعطس. The woman is sneezing. السيدة تعطس. casual, 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 casual. ملابس casual, casual clothing. ملابس casual. guitar, 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 guitar. guitar ذو 6 أوتار. 6-string guitar. guitar ذو 6 أوتار. يتنفس, breathe. يتنفس, يتنفس, breathe. تنفس بعمق, breathe deeply. تنفس بعمق. يبصق, spit. يبصق, يبصق, spit. لا تبصق, no spitting. لا تبصق. طبيب الأسنان, dentist. طبيب الأسنان. طبيب الأسنان, dentist. يذهب لطبيب الأسنان. see a dentist. يذهب لطبيب الأسنان. تسوس cavity. تسوس تسوس cavity. تسوس عميق deep cavity. تسوس عميق. ربو asthma. ربو ربو asthma. نوبة ربو asthma attack. نوبة ربو. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. First, you will hear a word or phrase in English. Respond in Arabic, then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say insignificant? ضئيل ضئيل. And how to say famous? مشهور مشهور. What about sneeze? عطس عطس. Do you remember how to say casual? Casual casual. Let's try guitar. Guitar guitar. What about breathe? يتنفس يتنفس. Now let's see if you remember how to say spit. يبصق يبصق. Another one. What about dentist? طبيب الأسنان طبيب الأسنان. Do you remember how to say cavity? تسوس تسوس. And finally, do you remember how to say asthma? ربو ربو. Well done. See you next time. Salam. Hey everybody, my name is Nora. Welcome to the 2000 Core Arabic Words and Phrases video series. Each lesson will help you learn new words, practice and review what you've learned. Okay, let's get started. First is الحساسية allergy. الحساسية الحساسية allergy. حساسية من الفستق allergy to peanuts. حساسية من الفستق. بطاقة الركوب boarding pass. بطاقة الركوب بطاقة الركوب boarding pass. بطاقة ركوب الطائرة boarding pass for the flight. بطاقة ركوب الطائرة. تعليم education. تعليم تعليم education. تعليم وتدريب education and training. تعليم وتدريب. الإنجليزية English. الإنجليزية. الإنجليزية. English. الأستاذ سوزوكي يدرس اللغة الإنجليزية. Mr. Suzuki teaches English. الأستاذ سوزوكي يدرس اللغة الإنجليزية. القانون. law. القانون. القانون. law. يحترم القانون. He respects the law. يحترم القانون. flute. 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 flute فضي. silver flute. flute فضي. قسم التكنولوجيا والمعلومات. IT department. قسم التكنولوجيا والمعلومات. قسم التكنولوجيا والمعلومات. IT department. اتصل بقسم تكنولوجيا المعلومات. Call the IT department. اتصل بقسم تكنولوجيا المعلومات. رحلة عمل. business trip. رحلة عمل. رحلة عمل. business trip. يذهب في رحلة عمل. go on a business trip. يذهب في رحلة عمل. التسويق. marketing. التسويق. التسويق. marketing. قسم التسويق. marketing department. قسم التسويق. محبوب. popular. محبوب. محبوب. popular. رجل محبوب. popular man. رجل محبوب. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. First, you will hear a word or phrase in English. Respond in Arabic. Then, repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say allergy? الحساسية. الحساسية. And how to say boarding pass? بطاقة الركوب. بطاقة الركوب. What about education? تعليم. تعليم. Do you remember how to say English? الإنجليزية. الإنجليزية. Let's try law. القانون. القانون. What about flute? Flute. Flute. Now let's see if you remember how to say IT department. قسم التكنولوجيا والمعلومات. قسم التكنولوجيا والمعلومات. Another one. What about business trip. رحلة عمل. رحلة عمل. Do you remember how to say marketing? التسويق. التسويق. And finally, do you remember how to say popular? محبوب. محبوب. Well done. See you next time. Salam. Hi everybody, my name is Nora. Welcome to the 2000 Core Arabic Words and Phrases video series. Each lesson will help you learn new words, practice and review what you've learned. Okay, let's get started. First is محاسبة. Accounting. محاسبة. محاسبة. Accounting. ملفات محاسبة. Accounting documents. ملفات محاسبة. علاوة. bonus. علاوة. علاوة. bonus. علاوة عيد الميلاد. Christmas bonus. علاوة عيد الميلاد. خفيف. light. خفيف. خفيف. light. خفيف كالريشة. light as a feather. خفيف كالريشة. trombone. 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 يعزف الترومبون. play the trombone. يعزف الترومبون. المغادرة. departure. المغادرة. المغادرة. departure. تاريخ المغادرة. departure date. تاريخ المغادرة. وصول. arrival. وصول. وصول. arrival. بوابة الوصول. arrival gate. بوابة الوصول. كمان. violin. كمان. كمان. violin. يعزف الكمان. play the violin. يعزف الكمان. علم الأرض. earth science. علم الأرض. علم الأرض. earth science. بحث في علم الأرض. earth science research. بحث في علم الأرض. علوم. science. علوم. علوم. science. دراسة العلوم. study of science. دراسة العلوم. وصفة طبية. prescription. وصفة طبية. وصفة طبية. Prescription. يملأ وصفة طبية. Fill a prescription. يملأ وصفة طبية. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. First, you will hear a word or phrase in English. Respond in Arabic, then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say accounting? محاسبة. محاسبة. And how to say bonus? علاوة. علاوة. What about light? خفيف. خفيف. Do you remember how to say trombone? Trombone. Trombone. Let's try departure. المغادرة. المغادرة. What about arrival? وصول. وصول. Now, let's see if you remember how to say violin. كمان. كمان. Another one. What about earth science? علم الأرض. علم الأرض. Do you remember how to say science? علوم. علوم. And finally, do you remember how to say prescription? وصفة طبية. وصفة طبية. Well done. See you next time. Salam. Hi everybody, my name is Nora. Welcome to the 2000 Core Arabic Words and Phrases video series. Each lesson will help you learn new words, practice and review what you've learned. Okay, let's get started. First is أمتعة. Luggage. أمتعة. أمتعة. Luggage. خادم الفندق معه الأمتعة. Bellboy with luggage. خادم الفندق معه الأمتعة. ضماد. Bandage. ضماد. ضماد. Bandage. يلف بضماد. Wrap with bandage. يلف بضماد. مريض. Patient. مريض. مريض. Patient. المريض يتعافى. The patient is recovering. المريض يتعافى. قسم. Department. قسم. قسم. Department. قسم التسويق. Marketing Department. قسم التسويق. محاسب. Accountant. محاسب. محاسب. Accountant. محاسب مرخص. Licensed accountant. محاسب مرخص. محامي. Lawyer. محامي. محامي. Lawyer. محامي الشركة. Company lawyer. محامي الشركة. أجر wage. أجر wage. حد أدنى للأجور minimum wage. حد أدنى للأجور. piano 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 بيانو كبير grand piano. بيانو كبير. رقم الرحلة flight number. رقم الرحلة flight number. رقم الرحلة 345 flight number 345. رقم الرحلة 345. زراعة agriculture. زراعة agriculture. الزراعة تعد صناعة هامة في كل بلد. Agriculture is an important industry in every country. الزراعة تعد صناعة هامة في كل بلد. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. First, you will hear a word or phrase in English. Respond in Arabic, then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say luggage? أمتعة. And how to say bandage? ضماد. What about patient? مريض. Do you remember how to say department? قسم. Let's try accountant. محاسب. What about lawyer? محامي. Now let's see if you remember how to say wage. أجر. Another one. What about piano? Piano. Do you remember how to say flight number? رقم الرحلة. And finally, do you remember how to say agriculture? زراعة. Well done. See you next time. Salam. Hi everybody, my name is Nora. Welcome to the 2000 Core Arabic Words and Phrases video series. Each lesson will help you learn new words, practice, and review what you've learned. Okay, let's get started. First is عدوى, infection. عدوى, infection. عدوى جلدية, skin infection. عدوى جلدية. الإنفلونزا, flu. الإنفلونزا, flu. موسم إنفلونزا, flu season. موسم influenza. trumpet 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 نحاسي. brass trumpet trumpet نحاسي. بوابة المغادرة departure gate. بوابة المغادرة بوابة المغادرة departure gate. بوابة المغادرة رقم 43 departing gate 43. بوابة المغادرة رقم 43. علم الاجتماع sociology. علم الاجتماع علم الاجتماع sociology. دراسة علم الاجتماع study of sociology. دراسة علم الاجتماع. مضيفة flight attendant. مضيفة مضيفة flight attendant. مضيفة طيران female flight attendant. مضيفة طيران. مقعد seat. مقعد مقعد seat. مقعد طائرة airplane seat. مقعد طائرة. الطب medicine. الطب الطب medicine. مجال الطب field of medicine. مجال الطب. الدرجة الاقتصادية economy class. الدرجة الاقتصادية الدرجة الاقتصادية economy class. مقاعد الدرجة الاقتصادية economy class seats. مقاعد الدرجة الاقتصادية. رحلة flight. رحلة رحلة flight. الرحلة القادمة the next flight. الرحلة القادمة. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. First, you will hear a word or phrase in English. Respond in Arabic, then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say infection? عدوى عدوى. And how to say flu? الإنفلونزا الإنفلونزا. What about trumpet? Trumpet trumpet. Do you remember how to say departure gate? بوابة المغادرة بوابة المغادرة. Let's try sociology. علم الاجتماع علم الاجتماع. What about flight attendant? مضيفة مضيفة. Now, let's see if you remember how to say seat. مقعد. مقعد. Another one. What about medicine? الطب. الطب. Do you remember how to say economy class? الدرجة الاقتصادية. الدرجة الاقتصادية. And finally, do you remember how to say flight? رحلة. رحلة. Well done. See you next time. Salam. Hi everybody, my name is Nora. Welcome to the 2000 Core Arabic Words and Phrases video series. Each lesson will help you learn new words, practice and review what you've learned. Okay, let's get started. First is a saxophone. Saxophone. A saxophone. A saxophone. Saxophone. تعلم الساكسفون. Learn the saxophone. تعلم الساكسفون. الطبول. Drums. الطبول. الطبول. Drums. أخي الكبير يعزف على الطبول. My older brother plays the drums. أخي الكبير يعزف على الطبول. harmonica. 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 يعزف على الهارمونيكا. Play the harmonica. يعزف على الهارمونيكا. خدمة الغرف. Room service. خدمة الغرف. خدمة الغرف. Room service. وجبة خدمة الغرف. Room service meal. وجبة خدمة الغرف. إيصال. receipt. إيصال. إيصال. receipt. لا أحتاج الإيصال. I don't need a receipt. لا أحتاج الإيصال. Wi-Fi. 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 جهاز توجيه Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi router. جهاز توجيه Wi-Fi. برميل القمامة. Trash can. برميل القمامة. برميل القمامة. Trash can. ضع برميل القمامة على الرصيف كل ثلاثاء حتى تجمع. Put the trash can out by the curb every Tuesday to be emptied. ضع برميل القمامة على الرصيف كل ثلاثاء حتى تجمع. ظرف. envelope. ظرف. ظرف. envelope. ظرف أحمر. red envelope. ظرف أحمر. ورقة. paper. ورقة. ورقة. paper. يضع صمغاً على الورقة. Apply glue to the paper. يضع صمغاً على الورقة. يخطب. Engage. يخطب. يخطب. Engage. هل خطبت؟ مبروك. Are you engaged? Congratulations. هل خطبت؟ مبروك. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. First, you'll hear a word or phrase in English. Respond in Arabic. Then, repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say saxophone? A saxophone. A saxophone. And how to say drums? الطبول. الطبول. What about harmonica? Harmonica. Harmonica. Do you remember how to say room service? خدمة الغرف. خدمة الغرف. Let's try receipt. إيصال. إيصال. What about Wi-Fi? Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi. Now, let's see if you remember how to say trash can. برميل القمامة. برميل القمامة. Another one. What about envelope? ظرف. ظرف. Do you remember how to say paper? ورقة. ورقة. And finally, do you remember how to say engage? يخطب. يخطب. Well done. See you next time. Salam. Hi everybody, my name is Nora. Welcome to the 2000 Core Arabic Words and Phrases video series. Each lesson will help you learn new words, practice, and review what you've learned. Okay, let's get started. First is لوحة مفاتيح. Keyboard. لوحة مفاتيح. لوحة مفاتيح. Keyboard. لوحة مفاتيحي مكسورة. My keyboard is broken. لوحة مفاتيحي مكسورة. طفح جلدي. Rash. طفح جلدي. طفح جلدي. Rash. عنده طفح جلدي. He has a rash. عنده طفح جلدي. غثيان. nausea. غثيان. غثيان. nausea. الغثيان والقيء. nausea and vomiting. الغثيان والقيء. غرفة شاغرة. vacancy. غرفة شاغرة. غرفة شاغرة. vacancy. لم يكن هناك غرفة شاغرة في الفندق، لذلك نمنا في السيارة. There was no vacancy at the hotel, so we had to sleep in our car. لم يكن هناك غرفة شاغرة في الفندق، لذلك نمنا في السيارة. تنس الطاولة. بينج بونج. تنس الطاولة. تنس الطاولة. بينج بونج. يلعب تنس الطاولة. play ping pong. يلعب تنس الطاولة. الجري running. الجري الجري running. الجري تمرين ممتاز لتقوية القلب والرئتين. Running is a great exercise to strengthen the heart and lungs. الجري تمرين ممتاز لتقوية القلب والرئتين. DVD 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 DVD. يمكنك استعارة كتب وCD وDVD من المكتبة. You can borrow books, CDs, and DVDs from the library. يمكنك استعارة كتب وCD وDVD من المكتبة. دبوس staple. دبوس دبوس staple. لم يعد معي دبابيس. I'm out of staples. لم يعد معي دبابيس. دباسة stapler. دباسة دباسة stapler. أعد دباستي. Return my stapler. أعد دباستي. يتزوج marry. يتزوج يتزوج marry. عمي بيتر تزوج 3 مرات. My uncle Peter has been married 3 times. عمي بيتر تزوج 3 مرات. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. First, you will hear a word or phrase in English. Respond in Arabic. Then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say keyboard? لوحة مفاتيح. لوحة مفاتيح. And how to say rash? طفح جلدي. طفح جلدي. What about nausea? غثيان. غثيان. Do you remember how to say vacancy? غرفة شاغرة. غرفة شاغرة. Let's try ping pong. تنس الطاولة. تنس الطاولة. What about running? الجري. الجري. Now let's see if you remember how to say DVD. 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 Another one. What about staple? دبوس. دبوس. Do you remember how to say stapler? دباسة. دباسة. And finally, do you remember how to say marry? يتزوج. يتزوج. Well done. See you next time. Salam. Hi everybody, my name is Nora. Welcome to the 2000 Core Arabic Words and Phrases video series. Each lesson will help you learn new words, practice and review what you've learned. Okay, let's get started. First is تعب, fatigue. تعب, تعب, fatigue. تعب العضلات, muscle fatigue. تعب العضلات. حكة, itch. حكة, حكة, itch. يحك مكان حكة, scratch and itch. يحك مكان حكة. ألم في الحلق, sore throat. ألم في الحلق, ألم في الحلق, sore throat. عندي ألم في الحلق, I have a sore throat. عندي ألم في الحلق. baseball, 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 baseball. اللاعبون يلعبون البيسبول. The players are playing baseball. اللاعبون يلعبون البيسبول. هوكي الجليد, ice hockey. هوكي الجليد, هوكي الجليد, ice hockey. لعب هوكو الجليد, play ice hockey. لعب هوكي الجليد. التزلج, skiing. التزلج, التزلج, skiing. التزلج لمسافات طويلة, cross country skiing. التزلج لمسافات طويلة. مشبك ورق, paper clip. مشبك ورق, مشبك ورق, paper clip. هل معك مشبك ورق? Do you have a paper clip? هل معك مشبك ورق؟ اسطوانة, CD. اسطوانة, اسطوانة, CD. يمكنك استعارة اسطوانات من المكتبة. You can borrow CDs from the library. يمكنك استعارة اسطوانات من المكتبة. اشترى, buy. اشترى, اشترى, buy. يشتري ملابس, buy clothes. يشتري ملابس. مدريد, Madrid, مدريد, مدريد, مدريد. مدريد إسبانيا, Madrid, Spain. مدريد إسبانيا. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. First, you will hear a word or phrase in English. Respond in Arabic. Then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say fatigue? تعب, تعب. And how to say itch? حكة, حكة. What about sore throat? ألم في الحلق. ألم في الحلق. Do you remember how to say baseball? Baseball. Baseball. Let's try ice hockey. هوكي الجليد. هوكي الجليد. What about skiing? التزلج. التزلج. Now, let's see if you remember how to say paperclip. مشبك ورق. مشبك ورق. Another one. What about CD? اسطوانة. اسطوانة. Do you remember how to say buy? اشترى. اشترى. And finally, do you remember how to say Madrid? Madrid. Madrid. Well done. See you next time. Salam. Hi everybody, my name is Nora. Welcome to the 2000 Core Arabic Words and Phrases video series. Each lesson will help you learn new words, practice, and review what you've learned. Okay, let's get started. First is رشح أنف. Runny nose. رشح أنف. رشح أنف. Runny nose. يصاب برشح في الأنف. Have a runny nose. يصاب برشح في الأنف. الدوار. dizzy. الدوار. الدوار. dizzy. المرأة مصابة بالدوار. The woman is dizzy. المرأة مصابة بالدوار. أنف مسدودة. stuffy nose. أنف مسدودة. أنف مسدودة. stuffy nose. لا أستطيع أن أستطعم أي شيء لأن أنفي مسدودة. I can't taste anything because of this stuffy nose. لا أستطيع أن أستطعم أي شيء لأن أنفي مسدودة. الكرة الطائرة. volleyball. الكرة الطائرة. الكرة الطائرة. volleyball. هيا نلعب الكرة الطائرة على الشاطئ. Let's play volleyball at the beach. هيا نلعب الكرة الطائرة على الشاطئ. golf. 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 لاعب الجولف يضع الكرة في الحفرة. The golfer puts the ball into the hole. لاعب الجولف يضع الكرة في الحفرة. ملاكمة. boxing. ملاكمة. ملاكمة. boxing. حلبة ملاكمة. boxing ring. حلبة الملاكمة. يسافر. travel. يسافر. يسافر. travel. يسافر ومعه أمتعته. travel with luggage. يسافر ومعه أمتعته. يتخرج graduate يتخرج يتخرج graduate تخرج من المدرسة الثانوية He graduated high school تخرج من المدرسة الثانوية يتحرك move يتحرك يتحرك move يتحرك بسرعة move quickly يتحرك بسرعة New Delhi New Delhi New Delhi New Delhi New Delhi هل أنت من نيو دلهي؟ Are you from New Delhi? هل أنت من نيو دلهي؟ Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. First, you will hear a word or phrase in English. Respond in Arabic, then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say runny nose? رشح أنف رشح أنف. And how to say dizzy? الدوار الدوار. What about stuffy nose? أنف مسدودة أنف مسدودة. Do you remember how to say volleyball? الكرة الطائرة الكرة الطائرة. Let's try golf. Golf golf. What about boxing? ملاكمة ملاكمة. Now let's see if you remember how to say travel. يسافر يسافر. Another one, what about graduate? يتخرج يتخرج. Do you remember how to say move? يتحرك يتحرك. And finally, do you remember how to say New Delhi? New Delhi New Delhi. Well done. See you next time. Salam. Hey everybody, my name is Nora. Welcome to the 2000 Core Arabic Words and Phrases video series. Each lesson will help you learn new words, practice, and review what you've learned. Okay, let's get started. First is ردها lobby ردها ردها lobby. الردهة في الطابق الأول. The lobby is on the first floor. الردهة في الطابق الأول. خدمة الإيقاظ wake up service. خدمة الإيقاظ خدمة الإيقاظ wake up service. استخدمت خدمة الإيقاظ حتى يتصلوا بي في الساعة 6 صباحاً. I used the wake up service to call me at 6 o'clock a.m. استخدمت خدمة الإيقاظ حتى يتصلوا بي في الساعة 6 صباحاً. جناح sweet جناح جناح sweet. جناح في فندق hotel suite. جناح في فندق. ركوب الدراجة. cycling. ركوب الدراجة. ركوب الدراجة. cycling. هوايتي ركوب الدراجة. Cycling is my hobby. هوايتي ركوب الدراجة. سباق السيارات. auto racing. سباق السيارات. سباق السيارات. auto racing. تسرع السيارات حول مضمار سباق السيارات. Cars speed around the auto racing track. تسرع السيارات حول مضمار سباق السيارات. شريط لاصق. Scotch tape. شريط لاصق. شريط لاصق. Scotch tape. لفة من الشريط اللاصق. Roll of Scotch tape. لفة من الشريط اللاصق. مولود. be born. مولود. مولود. be born. أنا مولود في عام 1980. I was born in 1980. أنا مولود في عام 1980. يحصل على وظيفة. get a job. يحصل على وظيفة. يحصل على وظيفة. get a job. حصلت على وظيفة جديدة اليوم. I got a new job today. حصلت على وظيفة جديدة اليوم. يموت. die. يموت. يموت. die. مات في حادثة العام الماضي. He died in an accident last year. مات في حادثة العام الماضي. طوكيو. 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 مدينة طوكيو اليابان. City of Tokyo, Japan. مدينة طوكيو اليابان. Let's review. Respond to the prompts by speaking aloud. First, you will hear a word or phrase in English. Respond in Arabic. Then repeat after me, focusing on pronunciation. Ready? Do you remember how to say lobby? ردها. ردها. And how to say wake up service? خدمة الإيقاظ. خدمة الإيقاظ. What about sweet? جناح. جناح. Do you remember how to say cycling? ركوب الدراجة. ركوب الدراجة. Let's try auto racing. سباق السيارات. سباق السيارات. What about Scotch tape? شريط لاصق. شريط لاصق. Now, let's see if you remember how to say be born. مولود. مولود. Another one. What about get a job? يحصل على وظيفة. يحصل على وظيفة. Do you remember how to say die? يموت. يموت. And finally, do you remember how to say Tokyo? Tokyo. Tokyo. Well done. See you next time. Salam.
Immersion is often hailed as the most efficient and effective way to learn a foreign language. In many ways, it's true. With all the language learning methods out there, nothing else comes close to having to think and interact with your environment in the language you're learning. Unfortunately, though, most language learners wrongly assume that the only way to experience language immersion is to pack up and move to a foreign country. But not everyone can afford to spend a summer abroad just to learn a foreign language. Luckily, there are other ways to immerse yourself. These methods are less obvious, but they are effective. In this video, we'll take a look at 5 steps you can take for the ultimate language immersion experience at home. Number 1. Transform your digital world into your target language. Technology is an indispensable part of modern life. We interact with phones, computers, tablets, and other electronic devices throughout the day. Why not take these interactions and use them to practice your target language? Most devices give you the option of switching the language of the operating system. Switching your phone or laptop interface to your target language won't make you fluent, but it will help you engage with the language in a very practical way multiple times every day. Another way to transform your digital life is to check which sites you use on a daily basis and use them in your target language also. A great example of this is switching your version of Google. Using Google in your target language will allow you to search for things in that language, and you're more likely to get results in that language as well. So, if you're looking for a popular band, a show, or food, something that's usually written in your target language, it will actually be easier to find information about it if you switch your version of Google. Of course, you can also change popular social networks like Facebook or Twitter. You can even go to news sites for your fill of global news. Do you like podcasts? Try listening to a couple popular podcasts in your target language. Number 2, write out a speech or conversation in your target language. A surefire way to increase your ability in a foreign language is to write out a mock conversation or speech in that language. Pretend you have to give a speech on one of your favorite topics. It could be anything from sports, hobbies, or even your favorite movie genre. Now, take some time to write out your fictitious speech. Inevitably, you will hit some roadblocks. But when you get stuck, research the words or grammar points you don't know. This is a highly effective and practical way to increase your vocabulary, and it'll help you practice thinking in a different language. Writing a long, connected train of thoughts exposes the gaps and weaknesses in your language studying. Once you know what these are, you're free to practice them and use them to continue on with your speech. This is also a great way to learn new words in the context of your entire speech. Context is king when you're learning a language. Learning words in the context of other words and sentences helps you surmise what new words mean. It also helps you get comfortable with how these words are practically used. Not to mention, context helps you to remember and recall new information more easily. Number 3, practice with native speakers. There are a lot of great learning resources out there for anyone learning a new language. However, nothing quite comes close to practicing the language with a real person. If you live in or around a large metropolitan area, there's a chance that there are some native speakers nearby. Check and see if your area has any local language exchanges or language-speaking groups. You're likely to find a native speaker there. If you can't make a connection locally, you can search online. Just as there are language exchanges in the real world, there are also online ones, most of which are free. Number 4, connect with other language learners. Native speakers aren't the only people who can aid you on your language learning journey. Practicing with other learners is also helpful. Don't worry if you practice with someone who has a higher or lower level in the language than you. If you're the more advanced learner, you can learn a lot by teaching someone else. As you help someone else understand difficult words or grammatical concepts, you'll find that you start to better understand them yourself. If your learning partner has a higher level, they can be the one to help you overcome the hurdles you encounter as a beginner. After all, what better way to learn than from someone who, as a language learner, has been in your shoes? Number 5, reward yourself in your target language. At the end of a busy day, we all love a little relaxation and me time. One of the most enjoyable and effective ways to develop your language skills is to kick back and enjoy the language while doing leisure activities. Whether it's listening to music, watching a movie or TV show, reading a book, or even enjoying a good online video binge, even spending just an extra 30 minutes a day doing something you love in your target language can yield some serious long-term results. If you're a beginner, start with more basic content. You might have to start out listening to simple songs or even watching children's shows. After a while, though, you'll be able to dive into the meatier stuff and more engaging stuff as your proficiency increases. Learning a foreign language doesn't mean you have to spend your days straining over grammar rules or textbooks. Any way that you can take your learning off the page and make it more enjoyable will help you learn faster. Immersion is a powerful way to learn a foreign language, and now more than ever, the immersion experience isn't limited to just world travelers. With a little creativity and the right resources, you can experience the language without ever having to leave your hometown. Many of these resources can be found with our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to immerse yourself in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye!
Want to speak real Arabic from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at ArabicPod101.com.
Do you want to crush your language learning goals and overcome setbacks on the road to mastering a new language? In this video, you'll discover why learning goals are so vital to learning a new language and overcoming the inevitable setbacks you'll encounter on your way to mastering the language. Here are some useful strategies you can use to crush your goals. First, switch to strategic goals rather than general internal motivation. People are motivated to learn a second language for any number of reasons, including personal enrichment, better career opportunities, or even meeting new people. However, unlike simpler goals, which may only take a week or two to complete, learning a new language takes time, and there will be occasional setbacks and failures. So to reach your overall objective of mastering a new language, you need to learn how to motivate yourself and stay focused on the bigger picture. To do so, it is vital to set specific strategic goals with an action plan. Second, reasons learning goals are vital to success. Learning an entire language well enough to carry on full conversations with native speakers is certainly a goal. But with this as your primary objective, there's a long period of time between the time the goal is set and when it can be realistically attained. The problem is that a failure to achieve an objective creates stress that can build until you either reach the learning goal or quit. The solution is to set more realistic strategic learning objectives that are easier to attain but still keep you on track to learning. Here are some examples of strategic learning objectives that you might set on your way to mastering a new language. Study for 10 minutes every day. Complete one lesson or chapter each week. Learn 20 new words each week. Or even learn one new word each day. The key here is that your learning goals and objectives need to be very concise, attainable, and relevant to your overall objective. As long as you can see progress towards your learning goal, your stress levels will be lower and you're far more likely to succeed. Next, to learn a new language or virtually any new skill, you'll need to make adjustments to your routine. Simply telling yourself that you want to be able to speak fluently probably won't force you to alter your daily or weekly routines. But when your strategic goals include learning a new word each day or a lesson every week, you're forced to alter your schedule to reach the goal or risk certain failure. Although altering your schedule may cause some minor degree of stress at first, the added motivation you get from achieving goals quickly eliminates any initial discomfort. And the more strategic goals you complete each day or week, the faster you can achieve your larger goal of mastering the language. The key to achieving goals includes learning how to deal with the inevitable setbacks and failures. The great part about setting smaller, attainable, strategic learning goals is that you can occasionally miss your objective, but quickly make up for it. So if you can't finish a lesson one week, it's entirely possible to either learn the lesson the following week or even do 2 lessons to make up for the initial failure. The point is that failing to achieve smaller, strategic learning goals won't kill your motivation or derail your overall objectives. There are many ways to crush your language learning goals using our program. First, check out our custom learning paths, which are based on your specific goals. Learning paths are designed to help you reach your specific learning objectives by providing you with step-by-step strategic goals. So imagine you're about to travel and just wanted to learn enough essential language to navigate any potential emergency situations you might encounter. Our language learning program has created a custom learning path for your goal that includes just 10 lessons or strategic learning objectives. Once you complete the 10 lessons, your larger overall learning goal is complete. Learning paths are one of the most powerful features at our website and help you quickly and efficiently achieve larger learning goals and objectives. For Premium and Premium Plus members, our website offers more than 20 advanced learning tools to make it easier than ever to reach and achieve your goals. These include teacher feedback and comments for every lesson, full lesson transcripts and review tracks, voice recording tools to perfect your pronunciation, lesson review quizzes, and much more. Our language learning program makes it easier and more convenient to achieve your smaller strategic goals so you can quickly reach your larger overall objectives in less time and with less stress. Without setting realistic and attainable learning objectives and goals, your larger dream of mastering a new language might never be realized. Specifically, strategic objectives help to reduce stress, adjust your daily routine, and make it far easier to deal with the inevitable setbacks on your way to mastering a language. We've made it simple and easy for you to set and attain your strategic goals so you can successfully reach the larger goal of mastering your target language. So, if you're ready to finally learn a new language the fast, fun, and easy way, sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Signing up takes less than 30 seconds, and you'll start speaking from your very first lesson. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye!
Want to speak real Arabic from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at ArabicPod101.com.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello. Assalamu alaikum. Hello. So this is the most basic greeting we have in Arabic. So if you enter anywhere, please say Assalamu alaikum. Sabah al khair. Good morning. Sabah al khair. Good morning. And this is so easy. When you see someone in the morning, just tell them Sabah al khair. It sounds cool. يعمل. To do. يعمل. To do. For example, you can say أنا على طول بعمل الواجب في ميعاده. I always do my homework on time. That's a lie. يقول. To say. يقول. To say. For example, you can say أحمد دايما بيقول الحق. Ahmed always says the truth. يشرح. To explain. يشرح. To explain. For example, you can say اديني فرصة أشرح موقفي. اديني فرصة أشرح موقفي. Give me a chance to explain my situation. سلحفة. Turtle. سلحفة. Turtle. And sometimes people mix it with سحلفة. أنا زمان كنت بربي سلحفة. Did I say it right? Yeah. I used to take care of a turtle. امتحان. Exam. امتحان. An exam. عندي امتحان بكرة. Tomorrow I have an exam. احتلال. Occupation. احتلال. Occupation. نهاية الاحتلال البريطاني في مصر كان سنة 1956. Termination of the British occupation in Egypt was 1956. ربيع. Spring. ربيع. Spring. بيتميز الربيع في مصر بأنه مليان عواصف رملية. Spring in Egypt is known to have lots of sandstorms. Maybe ربيع is difficult because of the ع, so say ربيع. فاشل. A failure. فاشل. A failure. هو طالب فاشل. He's a failure. He failed as a student. He failed as a son. And he's failing as a husband as well. شكراً. Thank you. شكراً, which means thank you. شكراً على الهدية. Thank you for the present. عفواً. You're welcome. عفواً. You're welcome. So from the beginning, شكراً على الهدية. Thank you for the present. And you reply, عفواً. You're welcome. نعم. Yes. نعم, which means yes. So for example, you can say هل تريد قهوة? Do you want coffee? And you reply with نعم, yes. And you can also add من فضلك, please. لا, no. The opposite of it, لا, which means no. So one more. هل تريد قهوة? Do you want coffee? No, لا. And you can say شكرا, thank you. الغطس, diving. يلا نروح نغطس في شرم الشيخ. Let's go diving in Sharm. عذرا, excuse me. عذرا, which means excuse me. So for example, you can say عذرا علي الذهاب, which means excuse me, I have to go. أنا آسف, I am sorry. أنا آسف, which means I'm sorry. For example, you can say أنا آسف على التأخير. I'm sorry I am late. يخرج, to go out. يخرج, to go out. بحب أخرج أتمشى في الجنينة, which means I like to go out for a walk in the park.
Calendar.
تقويم
Car.
سيارة
banana
موز
Bandage.
ضماد
barley
شعير
basement
سرداب
Bathe.
استحمم
bathroom
حمام
Be late.
تأخر
beard
لحية
beautiful
جميل.
Bed.
سرير
Want to speak real Arabic from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at ArabicPod101.com.
إزيك? How are you? First, we have to understand how to understand the word how are you. So how are you in Arabic is, how are you in Egyptian Arabic is إزيك for a male and إزيك for a female. So when you meet up with a friend, then they will most likely start with hi إزيك or hi إزيك if you're a female. وانت and you. To ask the person in front of you how they are after they've asked you how you are, you will say وانت for a male and وانتي for a female. And you. And then you can also expand on it and say وانت وانتي أخباركم إيه الفترة الأخيرة? How have you been doing recently? Or instead you can say عامل إيه? How have you been doing? You will answer how you are and then you will say وانت عامل إيه أخبارك? How are you? What's your news? أنا بخير. I'm fine. So how to answer how are you? So when someone asks you إزيك or إزيك, you have several ways to answer. For example, one would be أنا بخير. I'm fine. One more phrase you can use is أنا كويس for a male and أنا كويسة for a female. It also means I'm fine. And it's probably the most used one. أنا كويسة. أنا كويس. You can also say تمام الحمد لله. I'm good, thank God. So if you want to say that you're good, you have 3 ways to say it. أنا بخير. أنا كويس. أنا كويسة. تمام الحمد لله. مش وحش. I'm not bad. Or if you don't feel so well, it's not so good, it's not so bad, you can say مش وحش, I'm not bad. You can say مش بطال, مش بطال. It also means it's not so bad, I'm not so bad. أنا بخير برضو, I'm fine too. For the other person, if you ask them وانت, and you, how are you, ازيك, they probably might answer you أنا كمان كويس, أنا كمان كويس, I'm also okay, I'm also good. Or they can say أنا بخير برضو, أنا بخير برضو, I'm fine too. Or they can say كله كويس, all is good. That's just like the German phrase. نعسان, I'm sleepy. If you want to say that you're sleepy, you can say أنا نعسان, that means I'm sleepy. You can say عايزة أنام, it means I want to have a nap or I want to sleep. وحش, I'm feeling bad. If you really don't feel good, maybe you want to say I'm feeling bad, so you might say وحش, وحش, I'm not that good, I'm quite bad. You can say الحالة صعبة, الحالة صعبة, it has been tough. It literally like says the condition is hard. Or you can say تعبان قوي الفترة الأخيرة. It means recently I'm very tired, I'm exhausted. Yeah, I think that's it. Like if you want to say that you're feeling bad. ماشي الحال, I'm okay. If you're not so good and you're not so bad and you're just okay, you can say ماشي الحال, ماشي الحال. الحال means condition, and ماشي it means it's going smoothly, I think. It means like I'm okay, I'm doing more or less okay. ماشي الحال. زي الفل, I am great. If you're feeling great, and I hope you do, you can say زي الفل, زي الفل, I'm great. I think full is one type of jasmine flower. So in our imagination or our head, like jasmine is quite white and it smells good. So if your heart is white and you, well, necessarily you don't have to smell good, but if your heart is good, you don't have any problems, it's white, and you feel refreshed, you can say زي الفل, just like jasmine. I'm great, just like jasmine. You can say ممتاز, ممتاز, excellent, I'm excellent. It also means I'm great. شكرا لسؤالك. Thank you for asking. And in the end of all this, you can thank the person for asking you how are you, and you can say شكرا على سؤالك. Thank you for asking. You can also say ربنا يخليك, ربنا يخليك. Literally, it means may God prolong your life or something like that. It's quite nice to add it in the end. Recently, Egyptian girls, including me, don't really use the word thank you, like shukran in Arabic, and instead we use merci, which is quite cute. أنت وسيم, you're handsome. أنت جميلة, you're beautiful. أنت وسيم, أنت وسيم, you're handsome. And for a girl, you can say أنت جميلة, أنت جميلة, you're beautiful. So أنت وسيم for a guy, for a male, and أنت جميلة for a female. أنت ذكي, you're smart. أنت ذكي, أنت ذكي, you're smart. And for a girl, you can say أنت ذكية, أنت ذكية. أنت صديق حقيقي, you're a true friend. أنت صديق حقيقي, أنت صديق حقيقي, you're a true friend. أنت جميل من برا وأجمل من جوا. Your inside is even more beautiful than your outside. أنت جميل من برا وأجمل من جوا. أنت جميل من برا وأجمل من جوا. Your inside is more beautiful than your outside. السيرة الذاتية بتاعتك حلوة قوي. Your resume is very good. السيرة الذاتية بتاعتك حلوة قوي. السيرة الذاتية بتاعتك حلوة قوي. Your resume is very good. هي لغة جميلة. It's a beautiful language. The first reason you will want to learn Arabic because هي لغة جميلة. It's a beautiful language. Arabic is very beautiful. It has beautiful calligraphy. It has beautiful poetry, beautiful literature. So definitely it's a beautiful language and you should invest more time into learning it. عشان أعمل chat مع صحابي المصريين. To chat with my Egyptian friends. عشان أعمل chat مع صحابي المصريين. To chat with my Egyptian friends. For example, you can say عايزة أتعلم عربي عشان أعمل chat مع صحابي المصريين. I want to learn Arabic to chat with my Egyptian friends. Egyptians are so friendly, they're so nice, but in the social media they usually use Franco Arabic, which basically is the English alphabets mixed with letters. So if you want to learn Arabic specifically to chat with your friends, probably you should learn Franco, the Franco way of writing Arabic, which is probably way more easier than learning Arabic in the Arabic alphabets in the Arabic script. عشان أترجم, to do translations. عشان أترجم, to do translation. For example, you can say عايزة أتعلم عربي عشان أترجم. I want to learn Arabic to do translation. So usually in the Arabic world, and especially in Egypt, people really like watching movies subtitled, not dubbed. So for example, Korean movies, Indian movies, and of course Hollywood movies, they're all on TV subtitled. Usually Egyptians really like listening to the actor, like their senses and their voices in the original form, not like dubbing kind of form. So you should always keep this in mind. عشان أشوف الأفلام من غير ترجمة. To watch movies without subtitles. The next one is عشان أشوف الأفلام من غير ترجمة. To watch movies without subtitles. So for example, you can say عايزة أتعلم عربي علشان أشوف أفلام من غير ترجمة. I want to learn Arabic to watch movies without subtitles. Watching with subtitles is very important because you can see all the words you can hear. You can also see how to write it. You can see the letters. However, if you really want to improve your listening skills, you really need to start watching movies without subtitles. My personal favorite movie is فلسطين العظيم. Basically, it means the great beans of China. It's a movie by Mohammed Hinidi. He's a very famous actor in Egypt, probably all over the Middle East as well. In this movie, this actor, Mohammed Hinidi, he comes from a gangster mafia, Egyptian mafia family, but he doesn't like this lifestyle. So his family sends him to China to enter a cooking competition. However, the mafia in China knows about him and knows about his family and all his mafia connections, and they want him to do some mafia work, some mafia job in China, where he refuses and he doesn't want to get involved in that as well. It's an action movie, but it's also very funny. It's a comedy movie more than an action. So that's my personal recommendation. You totally should watch this movie without subtitles. عشان أعيش في مصر. To live in Egypt. عشان أعيش في مصر. To live in Egypt. For example, عايزة أتعلم عربي عشان أعيش في مصر. I want to learn Arabic to live in Egypt. Egypt might not be the most organized or systematic country in the world. However, it's very unique. It has not only unique culture, not only beautiful places to visit or do sightseeings, but also the people, the locals. They're so friendly, they're so helpful, and they're so open to other cultures. So if you value human interaction, you should definitely go to Egypt. You should try to learn Arabic to be able to communicate with people and make friends. It's going to be super easy. You just need to learn a few words and phrases from maybe ArabicPod101.com. أنت غلطان. You're wrong. أنت غلطان. You're wrong. أنت غلطان مش كده. You're wrong. It was not like that. مش كده also could mean improbable or inappropriate. So you say مش كده. مش كده. This is inappropriate. ممكن. Maybe. ممكن. Maybe. You can say ممكن متهيألي كده. Maybe, I guess so. أنا مش موافق. I don't agree. أنا مش موافقة. I don't agree. Or أنا مش موافقة معاك. أنا مش موافقة معاك. I don't agree with you. موافق. I agree. موافقة. I agree. You can say تمام موافقة. Yes, indeed, I agree. Or أيوة موافقة. أيوة موافقة. Yes, I agree. Most of them are in the female form. For guys, they would say موافق. أيوة موافق. صح. That's true. صح. That's true. And the opposite is غلط. غلط. It's wrong. So you can say أيوة صح. تمام صح. Yes, it's right. Yes, it's true. For example, if someone says it's going to rain today, شكلها هتمطر النهاردة. It looks like it's going to rain today. And you're not so sure, so you can say متهيألي كده. It means I guess so. Or you can say ممكن. Maybe. Or you can say لا أنت غلطان. No, you're wrong. I checked the weather forecast, for example. شفت النشرة الجوية قبل ما أنزل. Or something like that. عشان أفهم كلمات الأغاني. To understand song lyrics. عشان أفهم كلمات الأغاني. To understand song lyrics. For example, عايزة أتعلم عربي عشان أفهم كلمات الأغاني. I want to learn Arabic to understand song lyrics. Well, Egypt has lots of popular musicians and artists. For example, Amr Diab, Muhammad Munir, Muhammad Hamai, and Tamer Hosni. For example, my favorite artist is probably Muhammad Munir because he is Nubian, and Nubia is a minor ethnical group in Egypt, but no one knows about them. And because of this singer, because of Muhammad Munir, he introduced their culture and he made them more popular among Egyptians. He is singing very deep songs about the culture and the traditions of local, very, very local Egyptians. Also Amr Diab. Maybe Amr Diab is the most famous Egyptian artist in globally, I think. And one of his songs, Habibi ya Noor al-Ain, was one of my very first words. عايش بقالي سنين ولا غيرك في بالي حبيبي 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 يا نور العين حبيبي حبيبي. Anyway. عشان أتصاحب على ناس جداد. To make new friends. عشان أتصاحب على ناس جداد. To make new friends. For example, عايزة أتعلم عربي عشان أتصاحب على ناس جداد. I want to learn Arabic to make new friends. Egyptians or Arabs in general, they're so friendly, they're so nice. They will be your friends in no time. They will be very friendly and very open to help you and talk to you, communicate with you. So maybe you should put some effort, maybe, into learning some of their favorite phrases or some of the words they can quickly relate to, and try to be friends with them as quickly as possible. All my foreign friends know Yalla and Habibi. Yalla Habibi. عشان أعمل business مع شركات مصرية. To do business with Egyptian companies. عشان أعمل business مع شركات مصرية. To do business with Egyptian companies. For example, you can say عايزة أتعلم عربي عشان أعمل business مع شركات مصرية. I want to learn Arabic to do business with Egyptian companies. It's very normal and colloquial to use English words within your Arabic sentence. It will make you feel less as a foreigner and more like a local. So don't be afraid to use English words in your Arabic sentences. عشان أروح أدرس في مصر. To go study in Egypt. عشان أروح أدرس في مصر. To go study in Egypt. For example, you can say عايز أتعلم عربي عشان أروح أدرس في مصر. I want to learn Arabic to go study in Egypt. Egypt has several well-known universities, Cairo University, American Cairo University, and Ain Shams University. And each of these universities has a department made specially for foreigners who want to learn not only the Arabic linguistics, not only the language, but also the culture, the Egyptian culture or the Islamic culture, the Middle Eastern culture, and everything else. So definitely you should learn more Arabic if you want to go and continue your study in Egypt. عشان أتعرف على الثقافة المصرية. To understand the Egyptian culture. عشان أتعرف على الثقافة المصرية. To understand the Egyptian culture. عايزة أتعلم عربي عشان أتعرف على الثقافة المصرية. I want to learn Arabic to understand the Egyptian culture. The Egyptian culture is huge. It's full of various civilizations. If you're interested in the ancient Egyptian cultures with the pharaohs and the history of the pyramids, if you're interested in the Islamic Egyptian culture, the Ottoman Empire culture in Egypt, there are lots of interests you can get from the Egyptian culture. So definitely, if you want to get to know more about this unique culture, you should learn Arabic.
Want to speak real Arabic from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at ArabicPod101.com.
أقدر أحفظ حوالي 50 كلمة عربي جديدة في اليوم. I can memorize around 50 new Arabic words a day. The first phrase is أقدر أحفظ حوالي 50 كلمة عربي جديدة في اليوم. I can memorize around 50 new Arabic words a day. أقدر أحفظ حوالي 50 كلمة. It's too long. Even I cannot memorize it. That sounds tough. Good luck. أقدر أتابع أفلام عربي من غير ترجمة. I can watch Arabic movies without subtitles. The next one is أقدر أتابع أفلام عربي من غير ترجمة. I can watch Arabic movies without subtitles. I think it's amazing to watch Arabic movies without subtitles because, as you all know, Arabic has a standard Arabic and dialect Arabic, and they're so different. So usually all movies are made in the dialect. So if you can listen to the dialect and understand so well without the subtitles, that means that you're very, very good at Arabic. Yeah. أنا بتعلم عربي لوحدي. I'm learning Arabic all by myself. أنا بتعلم عربي لوحدي. I'm learning Arabic all by myself. And this is amazing because Arabic is very difficult. So if you decide to learn it all by yourself, then you're a very smart person. All by myself. أنا فهمت كل اللي أنت قلته. I completely understood everything you said. أنا فهمت كل اللي أنت قلته. I completely understood everything you said. If you can understand native speakers without missing anything out, then you're doing a great job, I suppose. أنا أخدت سنة واحدة بس لغاية ما بقيت بتكلم بطلاقة. It took me only 1 year to become fluent. أنا أخدت سنة واحدة بس لغاية ما بقيت أتكلم بطلاقة. It took me only 1 year to become fluent. And this is amazing, and you can only achieve that by having lots of Egyptian friends you can speak with every day. So you can easily learn Egyptian Arabic fluently. You can speak it fluently in only 1 year or even less. إزيك? How are you? First, we have to understand how to understand the word how are you. So how are you in Arabic is, how are you in Egyptian Arabic is إزيك for a male and إزيك for a female. So when you meet up with a friend, then they will most likely start with hi إزيك or hi إزيك if you're a female. وانت and you. To ask the person in front of you how they are after they've asked you how you are, you will say وانت for a male and وانتي for a female. And you. And then you can also expand on it and say وانت وانتي أخباركم إيه الفترة الأخيرة? How have you been doing recently? Or instead you can say عامل إيه? عامل إيه? How have you been doing? You will answer how you are and then you will say وانت عامل إيه؟ إيه أخبارك؟ How are you? What's your news? أنا بخير. I'm fine. So how to answer how are you? So when someone asks you إزيك or إزيك, you have several ways to answer. For example, one would be أنا بخير. أنا بخير. I'm fine. One more phrase you can use is أنا كويس for a male and أنا كويسة for a female. It also means I'm fine. And it's probably the most used one. أنا كويسة. أنا كويس. You can also say تمام الحمد لله. تمام الحمد لله. I'm good, thank God. So if you want to say that you're good, you have 3 ways to say it. أنا بخير. أنا كويس. أنا كويسة. تمام الحمد لله. مش وحش. I'm not bad. Or if you don't feel so well, it's not so good, it's not so bad, you can say مش وحش. I'm not bad. You can say مش بطال. مش بطال. It also means it's not so bad. I'm not so bad. أنا بخير برضو. I'm fine too. For the other person, if you ask them وانت and you, how are you? إزيك? They probably might answer you أنا كمان كويس. أنا كمان كويس. I'm also okay. I'm also good. Or they can say أنا بخير برضو. أنا بخير برضو. I'm fine too. Or they can say كله كويس. All is good. That's just like the German phrase. أبو سمبل. أبو سمبل. أبو سمبل. أبو سمبل. For example, you can say رحت أبو سمبل قبل كده. رحت أبو سمبل قبل كده. Which means, have you been to Abu Simbel before? Abu Simbel is such a huge temple, and actually, fun fact, Abu Simbel temple was actually going to drown when Egypt decided to build the Aswan Dam in the 80s. In order to prevent such thing, Egypt had to remove the whole temple from its place to another place. So if you ever go to Abu Simbel again, it's actually not its original place. It has been relocated. أهرامات الجيزة. Giza pyramids. أهرامات الجيزة. Giza pyramids. For example, you can say أنا اتصورت جنب أهرامات الجيزة. أنا اتصورت جنب أهرامات الجيزة. I took a picture next to the pyramids of Giza. And I have never taken a picture next to the pyramids of Giza because I've never been there. Actually, I live like half an hour away from it. I can see it from everywhere, so I've never felt the need to go and like see it from up close, but I will one day. Like, I have to. المتحف المصري. Egyptian Museum. The next one is, like, I've spent lots of time there. المتحف المصري. The Egyptian Museum. المتحف المصري في ميدان التحرير. المتحف المصري في ميدان التحرير. The Egyptian Museum is located in Tahrir Square. جامع محمد علي. محمد علي mosque. جامع محمد علي. Muhammad Ali's mosque. And it's one of the most beautiful mosques in the whole world. جامع محمد علي في قلعة صلاح الدين. جامع محمد علي في قلعة صلاح الدين. Muhammad Ali's mosque is located in Salah ad-Din's citadel. In front of it, there is a huge park called Al-Azhar Park. It's also built on the Islamic theme, and from the park you can see both the citadel and the mosque, and it's like utterly beautiful, especially at night. سوق خان الخليلي. خان الخليلي market. خان الخليلي. I bought this from خان الخليلي. This. سوق خان الخليلي. خان الخليلي market. For example, you can say هشتري هدايا تذكارية من سوق خان الخليلي. هشتري هدايا تذكارية من سوق خان الخليلي. I'll buy souvenirs from خان الخليلي market. And in خان الخليلي, you can buy oriental souvenirs as well as statues and t-shirts and so on. Or you can buy like really beautiful, what do you call, like jewelry. You can really buy beautiful jewelry for a very, it's not so expensive. بتتكلم إنجليزي? Do you speak English? بتتكلم إنجليزي؟ بتتكلم إنجليزي؟ Do you speak English? Also you can ask بتعرف إنجليزي؟ بتعرف إنجليزي؟ Do you know English? If you're in Egypt, probably you might also want to ask if someone knows French. بتتكلم فرنساوي؟ بتتكلم فرنساوي؟ Do you speak French? Or بتعرف فرنساوي؟ بتعرف فرنساوي؟ Do you know French? But if you can say this in Arabic, probably you don't need anyone who speaks English or French. في أتوبيس من المطار لوسط البلد. Is there a bus from the airport to downtown? As soon as you get off the airport, you might want to know how to go to downtown. So maybe you would want to ask في أتوبيس من المطار لوسط البلد. في أتوبيس من المطار لوسط البلد. Is there a bus from the airport to downtown? Or you can also ask في مترو من المطار لوسط البلد. في مترو من المطار لوسط البلد. Is there a metro from the airport to downtown? Actually, in Egypt in 2023, I think, there will be a metro available from the airport to downtown. الواي-فاي ببلاش. Is the Wi-Fi free? الواي-فاي ببلاش. الواي-فاي ببلاش. Is the Wi-Fi free? Or you can ask ممكن Wi-Fi? ممكن Wi-Fi? Can I have a Wi-Fi? في أوض فاضية النهاردة? Do you have any vacancies tonight? Once you arrive in a hotel, you might want to ask them if they have any rooms available. So you would want to use this phrase. في أوض فاضية النهاردة? في أوض فاضية النهاردة? Do you have any vacancies today? Or في أوض فاضية للادي؟ في أوض فاضية للادي? Do you have any vacancies for tonight? ممكن أتنقل أوضة تانية? Could I move to a different room? And maybe you would go to one room and you don't like it very much. Maybe it's smelly or dirty or you have annoying neighbors. And if you want to move to another room, you would want to use this phrase. ممكن أنتقل أوضة تانية? Could I move to a different room? Laptop. Laptop. Oh no, that's not a gift idea. That's too much. Laptop. Seriously, do someone like buy someone else like actually like a gift, like laptop gift? This is like I get like, what do you call it, like burnt for this, like on in the comments, like what, like what are you talking about? Laptop, are you serious? What do you call laptop in Arabic? Or like in Arabic we simply call it lab. Your Egyptian friends might call it just lab, so you can either call it laptop or lab. For example, you can say اللابتوب بتاعي باظ. My laptop is broken. So like it's broken, please buy me a new one, kind of thing. The next one is برفان. برفان, which means perfume. For example, you can say البرفان ده ريحته حلوة قوي. That means this perfume smells amazing. The next word is كتاب. كتاب, book. هجيب له كتاب في هدية عيد ميلاده. هجيب له كتاب في هدية عيد ميلاده, which means I'll buy him a book for his birthday. Oh, okay. The next word is عجلة. عجلة, which means bike. For example, you can say اشتريت عجلة جديدة. اشتريت عجلة جديدة, which means I bought a new bike. Some Egyptians might call it بسكليتة. بسكليتة. It also means a bicycle or bike. بسكليتة. The next word is camera. Camera, which means camera. Oh, buy a camera, of course. Like, oh, I'll just casually buy a camera for my friend's birthday. Nothing much. Like, I cannot even buy a camera like for myself.
camera.
Maybe like even like the Polaroid camera is so expensive.
Yeah.
But then you have to buy like a film for it as well. Like, and it like requires maintenance because you have to like for each 10 pictures you have to pay. Oh, it's too much money. For example, you can say نسيت الكاميرا في البيت. نسيت الكاميرا في البيت. Which means I forgot the camera at home. There are some like Egyptians who say like camera. No, what do you say? El camera. Yeah, el camera. That's so funny. Anyway, the next one is معبد الأقصر. الأقصر temple. معبد الأقصر. الأقصر temple. For example, لما كنت في الأقصر زرت معبد الأقصر. لما كنت في الأقصر زرت معبد الأقصر. When I was in الأقصر, I visited the الأقصر temple. I've never been there, but they say it's beautiful. معبد الكرنك. كرنك temple. معبد الكرنك. كرنك temple. For example, النهاردة هنروح معبد الكرنك. النهاردة هنروح معبد الكرنك. Today we will visit the Karnak temple. مكتبة الإسكندرية. Bibliotheca Alexandria. مكتبة الإسكندرية. Bibliotheca Alexandria. For example, you can say مكتبة الإسكندرية رائعة. مكتبة الإسكندرية رائعة. Bibliotheca Alexandria is amazing. واحد سيوة. سيوة oasis. واحد سيوة. سيوة oasis. For example, واحد سيوة فيها أنقى مياه جوفية. واحد سيوة فيها أنقى مياه جوفية. سيوة oasis has the purest underground water. الغردقة. هرغادا. Oh, I've been there. الغردقة. الغردقة. هرغادا. الغردقة جواها حلو قوي في الشتاء. الغردقة جواها حلو قوي في الشتاء. Hurghada's weather is amazing in the winter. It's really warm. Like in February or something, you can still go swimming and it's really good.
Want to speed up your language learning? Take your very first lesson with us. You'll start speaking in minutes and master real conversations. Sign up for your free lifetime account. Just click the link in the description.
Want to transform your driving time into language learning time? How much time do you spend in your car every day? 30 minutes? More than an hour? Why not put this huge amount of time to good use? Instead of just listening to the radio during your daily commute, you could be learning a new language instead. Here are 3 easy methods for learning a language in your car. You can put them to use right away with the help of our language learning program. First, you can listen to fun audio lessons by real teachers. Listening to lessons while in the car allows you to focus on the road as you listen and learn. In every one of our 3 to 15-minute lessons, our teachers teach you conversations, new phrases, and cultural points. Audio is the only learning medium that lets you learn and drive safely at the same time, so take advantage of all our audio lessons available. Second, you can set your lessons on autoplay and go hands-free. Our autoplay feature lets you keep your hands on the wheel without even reaching for your device. Just set your lessons to autoplay one by one with our Innovative Language 101 app, and never have to interrupt your focus on driving to switch to a new lesson. Third, you can repeat out loud and speak from your very first lesson. You want to speak a new language too, right? Well, you'll start learning conversations minutes into your lessons. All you have to do is listen and repeat out loud. Our teachers take you step by step through all of the words, phrases, translations, and grammar points. You're even prompted to speak out loud and repeat. The result? You understand it all and can speak your new language. Turn your commute into language learning time and have fun at the same time. Learning doesn't have to be a big commitment, like signing up for a college class. It can be fun and easy. In fact, it's as easy as pressing play. Our language learning programs will do the work for you. And with the exposure you get while driving on your daily commute, you'll be speaking and understanding real-life language quickly. The best part? You can finally learn without even changing your schedule. So if you're ready to finally learn a new language the fast, fun, and easy way, sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Signing up takes less than 30 seconds, and you'll start speaking from your very first lesson. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Today, traditional classrooms are no longer the only or even best place to learn a new language. More and more people are finding that they can easily learn a language just about anywhere they have a few minutes of spare time, including their daily commute to work. According to the US Census Bureau, the average American spends over 50 minutes a day commuting to and from work, or over 300 hours a year. But rather than simply sitting in traffic and wasting the time, you can instead use your daily commute to literally learn a new language in just a few short months. Our language learning program has specialized learning tools that you can use on your commute to and from the office to master a language in your spare time. What are some reasons traditional classroom settings just aren't the best option for most people in today's fast-paced world? Difficulty getting to and from class. Learning on someone else's schedule. Very expensive and may cost thousands of dollars to complete. Can take years to finally complete classes and learn the language. The simple truth is that traditional classroom instruction is simply not a viable option for most people in today's very fast-paced, time-starved world. Now, let's examine how you can learn a language faster, more easily, and at far less expense than traditional classes, all during your commute to work and back home again. 3 reasons your daily commute can help you master a language in the next year. On average, Americans spend more than 300 hours per year commuting. During the commute to and from work, over 6 hours a week is completely wasted. The time isn't used to help you reach any goals or objectives. But thanks to online language learning platforms with audiobooks and other resources that you can access during your commute, you can easily transform wasted time into progress toward learning a new language. With over 300 hours available annually, your daily commute could provide you with enough time to gain significant skills in a new language each and every year. Increase your earning potential while commuting to work. How would you like to transform all those spare commuting hours each week into more money for a new car, house, or even a dream vacation? According to research, someone making $30,000 per year can boost their annual income by $600 or more per year by learning a second language. Over the course of a lifetime, that's a significant amount. How? From work-at-home translation jobs to working overseas, there are many ways to leverage your second language into more money in your bank account. So instead of wasting your precious time, you can make your commute more productive and eventually profitable. The more languages you learn, the higher your income potential. Repetition is key to mastering a new language. Not sure if it's practical to learn another language while commuting to and from work each day? Well, not only is it possible, learning in your car on the way to and from work each day can actually help you learn and master any language quickly. The simple truth is that repetition is absolutely vital to truly internalizing and mastering any language. So, if you listen to audiobooks or even audio lessons on your commute to work, and then repeat the same lesson on your commute home, the information is more likely to be locked into your long-term memory. Our language learning program has been helping people learn and master language in the comfort of their home, during their daily commute, or any place they have a few spare minutes of time. Here are 5 features of our program that make it easy to learn a new language while commuting to and from work. First, the largest collection of audio lessons on the planet by native speaker instructors. Every single week, native speaker instructors create new audio lessons. All lessons are short, to the point, and guaranteed to improve your mastery of a language. Second, the word of the day. Simply exposing yourself to new information and vocabulary terms helps increase your fluency and mastery of your target language. So every single day, check out the word of the day and memorize it during your commute. It's a quick and easy way to boost your vocabulary every day. Third, daily dose mini lessons. Have a short commute to work but still want to make progress towards learning more than just vocabulary? Not a problem. Our daily dose mini lessons are 1 minute or less and are designed to improve your grammar, conversations, and pronunciation. Fourth, all content is available on a convenient mobile app. You don't need a PC or tablet to learn during your daily commute. Instead, all of our lessons, tools, and resources are available 24/7 via our mobile app. That means you can access all of our audio lessons and other tools during your commute to work or anytime you have a few spare minutes. Fifth, audiobooks and other supplemental resources. In addition to the world's largest online collection of HD audio lessons, our language learning program has audiobooks to enhance your understanding and make it more convenient than ever to learn a language during your commute. The average commute time of most Americans is over 300 hours each year, and it's the perfect opportunity to learn and master a new language. Use the dead time during your daily commute to learn a new language and potentially boost your lifetime earnings. Whatever your motivation, our language learning program has the tools and resources necessary to help you learn a new language each year during your commute to and from work. So, if you're ready to finally learn a new language the fast, fun, and easy way, sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Signing up takes less than 30 seconds, and you'll start speaking from your very first lesson. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye!
You are at a bus terminal where you're attempting to buy a ticket from a ticket counter. There are 4 different counters. Which counter should you line up at to go to the south side of the city? Which counter should you line up at to go to the south side of the city? The third counter is the counter for bus tickets that go to the south side of the city.
إلى جنوب المدينة.
You are at a bus terminal where you've just bought a long-distance ticket. Which seat number are you in? Which seat number are you in? The ticket says that you're in seat 20.
مقعد رقم 20.
You are at a bus terminal where you're reading the schedule for long-distance buses. On which days are there no buses running? On which days are there no buses running? There are no buses running on public holidays and the third Saturday of every month.
الأجازات الرسمية والسبت الثالث من كل شهر.
You are at a bus stop where you're waiting for the 301 bus. There is a notice posted on the bus timetable. What does the notice say? What does the notice say? The notice reads, "The 301 bus does not stop here."
باص رقم 301 لا يقف هنا.
You are at a train station where you're looking for the best exit to catch a taxi. Which direction should you go in to get to the taxi stop? Which direction should you go in to get to the taxi stop? You should head east to get to the taxi stop.
الشرق.
You're about to enter a small shop, but there's a handwritten note on the door. What does the message on the note mean? What does the message on the note mean? The note reads, "I'll be right back."
سأعود حالا.
There's a national holiday coming up, and you notice that shops have special notices about having different opening hours. From when will the opening hours return to normal? From when will the opening hours return to normal? The notice says that the opening hours will be back to normal on January 7th.
السابع من يناير.
You search online for the nearest bus service. What bus service does the page show? What bus service does the page show? The web page shows a free bus service.
خدمة الحافلات المجانية.
You just got a text message from your hotel's pickup service. What does the first number refer to? What does the first number refer to? The number in the text message refers to the customer code.
كود العميل.
Want to speak real Arabic from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at ArabicPod101.com.
How to respond to how are you? إزيك? How are you? First, we have to understand how to understand the word how are you. So how are you in Arabic is, how are you in Egyptian Arabic is إزيك for a male and إزيك for a female. So when you meet up with a friend, then they will most likely start with hi إزيك or hi إزيك if you're a female. وانت and you. To ask the person in front of you how they are after they've asked you how you are, you will say وانت for a male and وانتي for a female. And you. And then you can also expand on it and say وانت وانتي أخباركم إيه الفترة الأخيرة? How have you been doing recently? Or instead you can say عامل إيه? عامل إيه? How have you been doing? You will answer how you are and then you will say وانت عامل إيه؟ إيه أخبارك? How are you? What's your news? أنا بخير. I'm fine. So how to answer how are you? So when someone asks you إزيك or إزيك, you have several ways to answer. For example, one would be أنا بخير. أنا بخير. I'm fine. One more phrase you can use is أنا كويس for a male and أنا كويسة for a female. It also means I'm fine. And it's probably the most used one. أنا كويسة. أنا كويس. You can also say تمام الحمد لله. تمام الحمد لله. I'm good, thank God. So if you want to say that you're good, you have 3 ways to say it. أنا بخير. أنا كويس. أنا كويسة. تمام الحمد لله. مش وحش. I'm not bad. Or if you don't feel so well, it's not so good, it's not so bad, you can say مش وحش. I'm not bad. You can say مش بطال. مش بطال. It also means it's not so bad. I'm not so bad. أنا بخير برضو. I'm fine too. For the other person, if you ask them وانت and you, how are you? إزيك? They probably might answer you أنا كمان كويس. أنا كمان كويس. I'm also okay. I'm also good. Or they can say أنا بخير برضو. أنا بخير برضو. I'm fine too. Or they can say كله كويس. All is good. That's just like the German phrase. نعسان. I'm sleepy. If you want to say that you're sleepy, you can say أنا نعسان. That means I'm sleepy. You can say عايزة أنام. It means I want to have a nap or I want to sleep. وحش. I'm feeling bad. If you really don't feel good, maybe you want to say I'm feeling bad, so you might say وحش. وحش. I'm not that good. I'm quite bad. You can say الحالة صعبة. الحالة صعبة. It has been tough. It literally like says the condition is hard. Or you can say تعبان قوي الفترة الأخيرة. It means recently I'm very tired. I'm exhausted. Yeah, I think that's it. Like if you want to say that you're feeling bad. ماشي الحال. I'm okay. If you're not so good and you're not so bad and you're just okay, you can say ماشي الحال. ماشي الحال. الحال means condition and ماشي it means it's going smoothly, I think. It means like I'm okay. I'm doing more or less okay. ماشي الحال. زي الفل. I am great. If you're feeling great, and I hope you do, you can say زي الفل. زي الفل. I'm great. I think full is one type of jasmine flower. So in our imagination or our head, like jasmine is quite white and it smells good. So if your heart is white and you, well, necessarily you don't have to smell good, but if your heart is good, you don't have any problems, it's white, and you feel refreshed, you can say زي الفل, just like jasmine. I'm great, just like jasmine. You can say ممتاز. ممتاز. Excellent. I'm excellent. It also means I'm great. شكرا لسؤالك. Thank you for asking. And in the end of all this, you can thank the person for asking you how are you, and you can say شكرا على سؤالك. Thank you for asking. You can also say ربنا يخليك. ربنا يخليك. Literally, it means may God prolong your life or something like that. It's quite nice to add it in the end. Recently, Egyptian girls, including me, don't really use the word thank you, like shukran in Arabic, and instead we use merci, which is quite cute.
In this lesson, we'll learn some of the most common greetings used in Arabic-speaking countries. هل أنتم جاهزون? Are you ready? فلنبدأ, then let's start. The most common greeting is مرحباً or hi. مرحباً. This is a general way to greet people when you see them. A more cultural greeting is Assalamu alaikum. This means peace be with you and is generally used only by Muslims. We say it when we meet someone and also when we leave. Assalamu alaikum. Someone could respond to Assalamu alaikum with marhaban or hi, but it is more polite to respond to such greetings in the corresponding way. Since Assalamu alaikum means peace be with you, when greeted in that way, we should answer back with wa alaikum assalam, which literally means peace be with you too. Wa alaikum assalam. Whether you use marhaban, hi, or assalamu alaikum, it is also polite to ask the person how they are. Kayfa haluka? How are you? Kayfa haluka? Don't forget that in Arabic, the word you needs to have a gender. So, kayfa haluka is good if you are talking to a man, but if you are talking to a woman, you should ask kayfa haluki? Kayfa haluki? When it's time to leave, you can say wada'an or goodbye. Wada'an. The other person can reply ma'a salama, which means be safe. Ma'a salama. Let's review the phrases you've learned in this lesson. Marhaban is hi. Assalamu alaikum is peace be with you. The response is wa alaikum assalam. Kayfa haluka or kayfa haluki is how are you. Wada'an is goodbye. And ma'a salama is be safe. Now it's time for Carol's tips. If you're leaving and you want to show the person that you would like to see them again, you can use ila liqa, meaning see you, or ila liqa'i qariban, see you soon. ila liqa'i qariban. Now you know lots of ways to greet people in Arabic. In this lesson, you're going to learn how to introduce yourself in Arabic. There are a few other ways to say it depending on how formal you want to be. Let's first look at an informal way to introduce yourself in Arabic. مرحباً, أنا كارول, سررت بلقائك. Hi, I'm Carol. It's a pleasure to meet you. مرحباً, أنا كارول, سررت بلقائك. Now you try it. Start by saying مرحباً, which is the equivalent of hi. Then say أنا, literally I am, followed by your name. أنا كارول is I am Carol. Finally, say nice to meet you. If you're talking to a man, you say سررت بلقائك. If you are talking to a woman, say سررت بلقائك. This phrase means pleasure to meet you. In the English phrase pleasure to meet you, you is a neutral word. You can use it for both men and women. But in Arabic, the word you needs a gender. When you change the last letter in liqa'ika, a, to an e sound, liqa'iki, you are actually changing the word you from the male to the female version. Please be careful to use the correct version. Now let's see another way of introducing yourself. In this version, you will say, hi, my name is Carol instead of, hi, I am Carol. And we will learn another way of saying, nice to meet you. مرحباً, اسمي كارول. تشرفت بمعرفتك. Hi, my name is Carol. I am honored to meet you. مرحباً, اسمي كارول. تشرفت بمعرفتك. What has changed from the previous introduction? Let's take a close look at these together. First, مرحباً, أنا كارول has changed to مرحباً, اسمي كارول. So, instead of saying, hi, I am Carol, we are speaking in a more formal way by saying, hi, my name is Carol. Next, after giving your name, instead of saying, سررت بلقائك, you say, تشرفت بمعرفتك, or I am honored to meet you, which is a bit more formal. Again, we should not forget to change the ending of the word depending on the gender of the person you're speaking to. It would be تشرفت بمعرفتك for a man and تشرفت بمعرفتك in case of a woman. One more time, here are the 4 ways you learn to introduce yourself in Arabic. Informally, مرحبا, أنا كارول, سررت بلقائك if you are speaking to a man, and مرحبا, أنا كارول, سررت بلقائك if you are speaking to a woman. The formal way to introduce yourself is مرحبا, اسمي كارول, تشرفت بمعرفتك if the person you're talking to is a man, and مرحبا, اسمي كارول, تشرفت بمعرفتك if that person is a woman. Now it's time for Carol's tips. When you introduce yourself in the Middle East or Northern African countries, it's polite to offer your right hand for a handshake or give 3 kisses on the cheeks, although the rules vary depending on where you are. Arab people place great value on politeness. So, for example, it is considered rude to enter a room or a place without greeting everyone. If you use the right sentence to introduce yourself, they'll definitely be impressed.
Want to speak real Arabic from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at ArabicPod101.com.
Today we're going to learn how to use good manners as we thank people. هل أنتم جاهزون? Are you ready? فلنبدأ. Then let's start. There are several ways to thank someone. Let's start with the most common phrase, شكراً. شكراً. شكراً means thank you. To say thank you very much, you just need to add جزيلاً. شكراً جزيلاً. شكراً جزيلاً. شكراً is a formal way of saying thank you. If you want to thank someone more casually, say متشكر if you're a man and متشكرة if you're a woman. متشكر, متشكرة. This phrase means I am grateful or I am thankful. When someone thanks you, how should you answer? There's no set response like you're welcome in English, but there are a few things you can say. The first is بكل سرور. This means with pleasure. بكل سرور. Another phrase you can say is تحت أمرك, which literally means at your service or at your disposal. If you're talking to a woman, you should say تحت أمرك. تحت أمرك. تحت أمرك. It is often used as a funny way of responding to someone thanking you. There are so many ways of saying you're welcome in Arabic. Another one is لا شكر على واجب, which means don't thank me, it's my duty. لا شكر على واجب. Now it's time for Carol's tips. شكراً can mean thank you or thanks. Arabic language is very emotional, and relations between Arab people are very personal. So what if you want to use an expression that sounds more friendly? In that case, you can use Allah يخليك. This is a nice way to thank someone. That means, may God protect you.
When learning a new language, it's easy to think, I don't think I'm making any progress. What if I never reach my goals? We all get these thoughts from time to time. But are they worth being scared of? What are the fears language learners tend to have the most? And how can you learn to overcome them? Here are the top 4 language learning fears, according to our users. Number 1, I'm not good enough to start speaking yet. This is a pretty common fear or misconception that most learners have. Here's how you overcome it. The best way to get good at speaking is to start speaking from day 1. You need to open your mouth and just start talking. If you think you're not good enough, just focus on the lines you want to say. Number 2, I'm afraid I'll never be fluent. You've got to set small, specific goals. Make daily goals, like having just a 5-minute conversation. As these small goals add up, you'll be speaking more comfortably. Number 3, I'm not making any progress. There are 2 things you can do right now. Use the dashboard to track your progress. Our dashboard shows how much you've accomplished. Or try a harder lesson on our website. The lessons come with line-by-line translations, and the hosts explain everything. Now you can understand something you didn't minutes ago. Number 4, I'm afraid of not understanding anything I hear. This fear can occur when you hear advanced grammar and vocabulary and it just goes completely over your head. To beat this, simply read along with our line-by-line tool. It's the best way to instantly understand advanced conversations. Translations and scripts are right in front of you. For real-life situations, learn useful phrases such as, "Can you say it more slowly? I don't understand." There's nothing wrong with saying that you didn't understand something. So, these are the top 4 fears and how to overcome them. Luckily, we also have the perfect tools available to help you conquer your fears. Sign up for your free lifetime account, no credit card required, and you'll get the best free online resources. Don't let your fears stop you. Start learning now.
First, you'll see an image and hear a question. Next comes a short dialogue. Listen carefully and see if you can answer correctly. We'll show you the answer at the end. Are you ready?
رجل وامرأة يتحدثان. كم عمر الرجل الآن؟ عيد ميلادك قريب جدا.
نعم، إنه بعد غد.
كم سيصبح عمرك؟
سوف يصبح 60 سنة.
مبروك، لنحتفل.
شكرا جزيلا لك. أنا ممتن جدا.
كم عمر الرجل الآن؟ رجل وامرأة يتحدثان. كم عمر الرجل الآن؟ عيد ميلادك قريب جدا.
نعم، إنه بعد غد.
كم سيصبح عمرك؟
سوف يصبح 60 سنة.
مبروك، لنحتفل.
شكرا جزيلا لك. أنا ممتن جدا.
First, you'll see an image and hear a question. Next comes a short dialogue. Listen carefully and see if you can answer correctly. We'll show you the answer at the end. Are you ready?
رجل وامرأة يتحدثان. من يعيش مع الرجل؟
لماذا لا تأتي إلى منزلي في وقت لاحق؟
شكرا لك، ولكنني أشعر بالتوتر قليلا. أريد أن أعرف عن عائلتك قبل مقابلتهم.
بالطبع. أبي عامل مكتب، وهوايته صيد السمك. أمي ربة منزل، وهي ماهرة بالطبخ.
هل لديك أي إخوة أو أخوات؟
نعم، لدي أخت كبيرة وأخ صغير. أختي متزوجة وتعيش في الخارج. أخي طالب في المدرسة الثانوية.
لديك عائلة لطيفة. قد أحب أن ألتقي بهم وأتحدث معهم. من يعيش مع الرجل؟ رجل وامرأة يتحدثان. من يعيش مع الرجل؟
لماذا لا تأتي إلى منزلي في وقت لاحق؟
شكرا لك، ولكنني أشعر بالتوتر قليلا. أريد أن أعرف عن عائلتك قبل مقابلتهم.
بالطبع. أبي عامل مكتب، وهوايته صيد السمك. أمي ربة منزل، وهي ماهرة بالطبخ.
هل لديك أي إخوة أو أخوات؟
نعم، لدي أخت كبيرة وأخ صغير. أختي متزوجة وتعيش في الخارج. أخي طالب في المدرسة الثانوية.
لديك عائلة لطيفة. قد أحب أن ألتقي بهم وأتحدث معهم.
10 ways to say hello. So, let's get started. صباح الخير, good morning. The first way to say hello is صباح الخير. صباح الخير, good morning. So, for example, if you go to school, if you're meeting your neighbor in the morning and just usual morning greeting, صباح الخير is the way to go. صباح الخير. صباح means morning, خير means good. So, it's a literal translation of صباح الخير. You can also use صباح الفل. صباح الفل. Full is a jasmine flower. It's a full flower, which is basically white and it has a very intense, beautiful smell. It has a very nice smell. So you are wishing that person to have a beautiful day with a beautiful smell like the jasmine flower. And to answer صباح الخير, you should use صباح النور as a good reply to صباح الخير. So for example, if one person, if your neighbor says صباح الخير, you should say صباح النور صباح النور Nur means light. It means the beautiful light, sunshine light. So basically you're wishing them to enjoy the beautiful sunny day and so on. So they say صباح الخير. You can say صباح النور, صباح الفل, and so on. You have so many varieties to choose from. أهلا, hello. The next word is أهلا, أهلا, hello. Sometimes you would hear أهلا وسهلا, أهلا وسهلا. It also means hello. أهلا is used when you're meeting someone for the first time. Maybe in a business meeting, you would want to shake hands and say أهلا وسهلا, أهلا وسهلا. Maybe the other person would say تشرفنا, اتشرفنا. It's an honor. And usually it's kind of formal. It's a very formal greeting. So don't be afraid to use it in your business meeting or with your employer in the morning, your work colleague. أهلا وسهلا or just أهلا would be very appropriate as a formal greeting. ما شفتكش بقالي كتير. Long time no see. The next one is ما شفتكش بقالي كتير. ما شفتكش بقالي كتير. Long time no see. ما شفتكش means I haven't seen you. بقالي كتير means in a long time. So the literal translation would be I haven't seen you in a long time. This is if you want to talk to your male friend. So you would say ما شفتكش بقالي كتير. If you are talking to a female, you would say ما شفتكيش بقالي كتير. ما شفتكيش بقالي كتير. And usually it's followed by أخبارك إيه. أخبارك إيه. How have you been? So أخبارك إيه is kind of formal way to say it has been so long. How are you now? What's the news? And so on. So usually you would find them together in one sentence. ما شفتكش بقالي كتير. أخبارك إيه. إزيك. How are you? The next one is إزيك. إزيك. إزيك for a male and إزيك for a female. It means how are you? And that's very informal. So in the morning you can say to your neighbor or your friend صباح الخير إزيك. صباح الخير إزيك. Hello, good morning, how are you? So you can use this with anyone. You can use it with your colleague as well. You can use it in the street. إزيك. إزيك for female. Don't be afraid to use it anywhere you want, anytime. عامل إيه? How is it going? Usually once you say إزيك, you should follow it up by عامل إيه. عامل إيه for a male and عاملة إيه for a female. It means how is it going? عامل إيه. How is it going? So you'd say إزيك, how are you? How is it going? عامل إيه. Or إزيك, how are you for a female? عاملة إيه. How are you? How is it going? Maybe you'll follow it up by إيه أخبارك. إيه أخبارك. Which is kind of similar to أخبارك إيه. أخبارك إيه. But it's kind of the informal way to say how have you been. So you would say إزيك. عامل إيه. إيه أخبارك. If you want to talk to a friend. إزيك عامل إيه. إيه أخبارك. You can say it all in one sentence and it will be just fine. إيه أخبارك is basically the reverse version of أخبارك إيه. But it's kind of a little informal, so you can use it with a friend, you can use it with your family and so on. إزيك عامل إيه. إيه أخبارك. كله تمام. كله تمام. It means is everything good. And in answer to that, the other person would tell you ماشي الحال. ماشي الحال. It's going okay. كله تمام. كله تمام. All is good. أبدا ما فيش. Nothing is new. Like أبدا means never, like literally it means never. ما فيش means nothing, so it basically means nothing is going on, everything is okay. So ما فيش. كله ماشي. ماشي الحال. كله تمام. كله تمام. So these are all words, phrases you can use in answer to إيه أخبارك. عامل إيه. Hi. Hi. The next one is probably really popular among the young people. Hi. Hi. Which in English is hi. So in the college, in the university, in school, like you'll find like young people always saying hi, إزيك, hi, إزيك, like hi, how are you? Usually parents or like older generation would not really use hi. So if you want to be more friendly with your Egyptian friends who are like in their 20s or maybe even 30s, don't be afraid to use this English word hi to say hello. So for example, you can also say hi يا شباب, hi يا جماعة. شباب means young, like young people. جماعة means group. Basically it means hi guys, hi guys. So hi شباب, hi يا جماعة, عاملين إيه? How are you? Like as in plural. So don't be afraid to also use hi يا شباب, hi يا جماعة if you are addressing your greetings to a large, like to a group or more than one person. مع السلامة, goodbye. مع السلامة, goodbye. مع means to be with, and salama means peace. So literally it means peace be with you. Some people also like saying أشوفك على خير. أشوفك على خير. أشوف means to see, and خير means well or good. So they are wishing to see you in a good or well condition the next time they see you. You can use this usually if you expect that you will not meet this person maybe in a long time, or like you will not be able to contact them tomorrow or see them tomorrow. أشوفك على خير means until next time, I wish to see you well. مع السلامة is just very informal and very regular. You can use it every day, مع السلامة, and you would be expecting to see that person again tomorrow, so don't be afraid to use it every day. But maybe you will want to use goodbye, أشوفك على خير, as in goodbye, with someone you know that you're not gonna see very, very soon. مساء الخير, good evening. The next one is مساء الخير, مساء الخير, which means good evening, and it also means good afternoon. So in English you have good morning in Arabic, which is صباح الخير, and then you have good afternoon and you have good evening. But in Arabic we only have مساء الخير for both good afternoon and good evening. So don't be afraid. No, not don't be afraid. Like, why is everyone so scared in this video? So please use, if it's 2 p.m. or if it's 3 p.m., please use مساء الخير, مساء الخير, to refer to good afternoon. You can also use it in the evening, like at 7 p.m. You can say مساء الخير, which will be meaning good evening. Another way of greeting, not really hello, is تصبح على خير, تصبح على خير, which means good night. So تصبح means to be awake, to wake up. على خير means like well, to be well or to be good. So you wish, instead in good night in English would mean I wish you to wake up in a well condition in Arabic. تصبح على خير. Not really a way to say hello, but it's a very important greeting you should know. فرصة سعيدة, it's nice to meet you. فرصة سعيدة, فرصة سعيدة, it's nice to meet you. So you would say, if you're meeting someone for the first time, أهلا وسهلا, and then you shake hands and you say, my name is, and then you get the other person's name, and then you say, فرصة سعيدة, it's nice to meet you, it's my pleasure to meet you. And the other person will probably say, إحنا أسعد, إحنا أسعد, the pleasure is ours, the pleasure is mine. Usually you can also use it if you are about to leave a business meeting or a very formal situation where you do not expect to be meeting these people again, like you're not gonna talk with that person again. So you would say فرصة سعيدة, and you would go, and it's a very formal way to end the conversation with someone you don't know or on a business level. فرصة سعيدة, فرصة سعيدة. Hello, hello. So if you're gonna pick up the phone in the Arab world or in Egypt, you will want to use the word hello, hello. And then maybe you can say hello, صباح الخير, hello, مساء الخير, hello, أهلا وسهلا, and so on. But don't forget to say hello, just like any European country, when you pick up the phone. And the other person will probably say hello, أهلا وسهلا, and so on. So this is one more way to say hello if you're on the phone. Hello.
زوج وزوجة يشاهدان عدداً من تصاميم البيوت. سوف يذهبون لرؤية أي بيت. ما رأيك بهذا؟ يوجد فيه غرفة معيشة كبيرة وجميلة.
أحب غرف المعيشة الكبيرة، ولكنني أريد مكاناً لأوقف سيارتي.
دعنا نرى. ما رأيك بهذا؟
نعم، هذا يبدو جيداً. هل يجب أن نذهب ونراه؟
انتظر لحظة، أليست الخزانة صغيرة قليلاً؟
هذا صحيح. لا يبدو أنه مناسب جداً. انتظري، ما رأيك بهذا؟
يوجد فيه كل شيء نريده، أليس كذلك؟ والخزانة أيضا كبيرة جدا. لنذهب ونرى هذا.
حسناً.
فندق خليج سوما، كيف أستطيع مساعدتك؟
مرحباً. أريد أن أحجز غرفة لليلة واحدة في 22 من أيلول.
بالطبع، ليلة واحدة في 22 من أيلول. عذرا، كم عدد الأشخاص؟
2.
هل تريد غرفة للمدخنين أو لغير المدخنين؟
غير مدخنين.
غرف غير المدخنين المتوفرة في 22 من أيلول هي فقط مع إطلالة على الجبل. هل هذا جيد؟
في الواقع كنت آمل في أن أحصل على غرفة مع إطلالة على البحر.
آسفة، ولكن الغرف التي مع إطلالة على البحر المتوفرة في ذلك اليوم هي غرف مدخنين فقط.
حسناً. هل هناك غرف لغير المدخنين مع إطلالة على البحر متوفرة في 23 من أيلول؟
نعم، يوجد.
حسناً، سوف أحجز في 23.
رجل يحجز غرفة في فندق. أية غرفة سوف يأخذ؟ فندق خليج سوما، كيف أستطيع مساعدتك؟
مرحباً. أريد أن أحجز غرفة لليلة واحدة في 22 من أيلول.
بالطبع، ليلة واحدة في 22 من أيلول. عذرا، كم عدد الأشخاص؟
2.
هل تريد غرفة للمدخنين أو لغير المدخنين؟
غير مدخنين.
غرف غير المدخنين المتوفرة في 22 من أيلول هي فقط مع إطلالة على الجبل. هل هذا جيد؟
في الواقع كنت آمل في أن أحصل على غرفة مع إطلالة على البحر.
آسفة، ولكن الغرف التي مع إطلالة على البحر المتوفرة في ذلك اليوم هي غرف مدخنين فقط.
حسناً. هل هناك غرف لغير المدخنين مع إطلالة على البحر متوفرة في 23 من أيلول؟
نعم، يوجد.
حسناً، سوف أحجز في 23. مرحباً، هل أستطيع مساعدتك؟
مرحبا، لدي حجز في الساعة 3 باسم رنا.
أهلاً وسهلاً آنسة رنا، تفضلي من هنا. ماذا أستطيع أن أفعل لك اليوم؟
أريد أن أغير تصفيفة شعري قليلا.
حسناً، أي طول تفضلين؟
عند الأكتاف تقريبا.
حسناً، ماذا عن الغرة؟
أريد أن أبقي الغرة.
هل تريدينها منسدلة إلى الأمام أم مصففة إلى الجانب؟
على الجانب قليلا.
أي جانب؟
ربما قليلا إلى اليسار من المنتصف.
فهمت. لنبدأ بغسيل الشعر. تفضلي من هنا إذا سمحتي.
امرأة تتكلم مع مصفف الشعر الخاص بها. كيف تريد أن تغير تصفيفة شعرها؟
مرحباً، هل أستطيع مساعدتك؟
مرحبا، لدي حجز في الساعة 3 باسم رنا.
أهلاً وسهلاً آنسة رنا، تفضلي من هنا. ماذا أستطيع أن أفعل لك اليوم؟
أريد أن أغير تصفيفة شعري قليلا.
حسناً، أي طول تفضلين؟
عند الأكتاف تقريبا.
حسناً، ماذا عن الغرة؟
أريد أن أبقي الغرة.
هل تريدينها منسدلة إلى الأمام أم مصففة إلى الجانب؟
على الجانب قليلا.
أي جانب؟
ربما قليلا إلى اليسار من المنتصف.
فهمت. لنبدأ بغسيل الشعر. تفضلي من هنا إذا سمحتي.
ما رأيك بهذا العمل؟ الأجر الساعي عالي جدا.
بالطبع، الأجر يبدو جيد جدا، ولكن هل حقا يمكنك أن تقومي بتوصيل الصحف؟
بالطبع، أنا ماهرة بركوب الدراجة، لكنني قلقة إن كنت أستطيع الاستيقاظ باكرا.
ما رأيك بهذا؟ الأجر ليس غال، لكن يمكنك العمل 2 أو 3 في الأسبوع، ويمكنك بدء العمل في المساء.
هذا محاسبة في متجر، أليس كذلك؟ حسنا، سيكون من الجيد العمل بعد المدرسة.
هذا العمل في المقهى قد يكون جيدا أيضا.
نعم، أنا أحب ذلك المكان، وإنه على طريق مدرستي.
ليس سيئا، أليس كذلك؟
على أي واحد علي أن أقدم؟
بين أي اثنين؟ المقهى وتوزيع الصحف؟
حسناً، الأجر لتوزيع الصحف جيد جداً. نعم، لقد أخذت قراري. أظن أنه علي أن أستيقظ باكراً من الآن فصاعداً. طالب وطالبة ينظران إلى إعلانات عمل. على أي عمل ستقدم الطالبة؟ ما رأيك بهذا العمل؟ الأجر الساعي عالي جداً.
بالطبع، الأجر يبدو جيد جدا، ولكن هل حقا يمكنك أن تقومي بتوصيل الصحف؟
بالطبع، أنا ماهرة بركوب الدراجة، لكنني قلقة إن كنت أستطيع الاستيقاظ باكراً.
ما رأيك بهذا؟ الأجر ليس غال، لكن يمكنك العمل مرتين أو ثلاثة في الأسبوع، ويمكنك بدء العمل في المساء.
هذا محاسبة في متجر، أليس كذلك؟ حسناً، سيكون من الجيد العمل بعد المدرسة.
هذا العمل في المقهى قد يكون جيدا أيضا.
نعم، أنا أحب ذلك المكان، وإنه على طريق مدرستي.
ليس سيئا، أليس كذلك؟
مم... على أي واحد علي أن أقدم؟
بين أي اثنين؟ المقهى وتوزيع الصحف؟
حسناً، الأجر لتوزيع الصحف جيد جداً. نعم، لقد أخذت قراري. أظن أنه علي أن أستيقظ باكراً من الآن فصاعداً.
يبدو جميلا جدا عليك، ويناسبك كثيرا.
نعم، إنه مناسب، ولكن عادة أرتدي فساتين ذات لون واحد. لست معتادة على هذا النمط.
حسنا، أعتقد أنه يبدو رائعا.
حقا؟ مع ذلك إنه يتطلب بعضا من الشجاعة مني لأرتديه.
ما رأيك بهذا إذن؟ النمط أكثر تحفظا، فليس عليك أن تشعري بالخجل.
أنت محق، دعني أجرب هذا.
تفضلي. ما رأيك يا آنسة؟
هذا يناسبني أكثر من الفستان السابق. هل لديكم واحد مع أكمام طويلة من هذا التصميم؟
نعم، لدينا.
شكرا، سوف أشتري ذاك. امرأة تجرب فستانا وتتحدث إلى موظف المتجر. أي فستان ستشتري؟
يبدو جميلا جدا عليك، ويناسبك كثيرا.
نعم، إنه مناسب، ولكن عادة أرتدي فساتين ذات لون واحد. لست معتادة على هذا النمط.
حسنا، أعتقد أنه يبدو رائعا.
حقا؟ مع ذلك إنه يتطلب بعضا من الشجاعة مني لأرتديه.
ما رأيك بهذا إذن؟ النمط أكثر تحفظا، فليس عليك أن تشعري بالخجل.
أنت محق، دعني أجرب هذا.
تفضلي. ما رأيك يا آنسة؟
هذا يناسبني أكثر من الفستان السابق. هل لديكم واحد مع أكمام طويلة من هذا التصميم؟
نعم، لدينا.
شكرا، سوف أشتري ذاك.
مرحبا، هل يمكنك أن تسدي لي خدمة؟ هناك مستند على مكتبي، وأريد منك أن تسلميه لقسم المبيعات.
بالطبع، أي مستند؟
أظن أنه في الظرف الأزرق.
الظرف الأزرق، ولكن هناك ظرفان أزرقان على مكتبك.
هذا صحيح. هناك ختم أحمر في الجانب الأعلى اليميني من الظرف، الذي بالختم الأخضر. علينا أن نوزعه في محاضرة التوظيف التوجيهية.
الظرف الذي بالختم الأحمر. حسناً، فهمت.
ممتاز. إذا سمحتِ سلميها إلى قسم المبيعات قبل الساعة 1 ظهرا، وتأكدي من إرسالها إلى المدير مباشرة. أنت تعرفينه، أليس كذلك؟
نعم، لقد قابلته وتكلمت معه عدة مرات.
جيد. وهل يمكنك أن تسلمي المستند الآخر لإدارة الموارد البشرية؟
حاضر سيدي. رئيس الشركة يتحدث مع سكرتيرته على الهاتف. أي مستند ستسلم السكرتيرة إلى قسم المبيعات؟
مرحبا، هل يمكنك أن تسدي لي خدمة؟ هناك مستند على مكتبي، وأريد منك أن تسلميه لقسم المبيعات.
بالطبع، أي مستند؟
أظن أنه في الظرف الأزرق.
الظرف الأزرق، ولكن هناك ظرفان أزرقان على مكتبك.
هذا صحيح. هناك ختم أحمر في الجانب الأعلى اليميني من الظرف، الذي بالختم الأخضر علينا أن نوزعه في محاضرة التوظيف التوجيهية.
الظرف الذي بالختم الأحمر. حسناً، فهمت.
ممتاز. إذا سمحت سلميها إلى قسم المبيعات قبل الساعة 1 ظهرا، وتأكدي من إرسالها إلى المدير مباشرة. أنت تعرفينه أليس كذلك؟
نعم، لقد قابلته وتكلمت معه عدة مرات.
جيد. وهل يمكنك أن تسلمي المستند الآخر لإدارة الموارد البشرية؟
حاضر سيدي.
أهلا، كيف يمكنني مساعدتك؟
لقد تناولت الغداء عندكم من فترة، وأظن أنني نسيت وشاحي.
لقد تركت وشاحك على الطاولة؟ هل تتذكرين على أي طاولة كنت جالسة؟ سوف أذهب للبحث عنه.
حسناً، لقد كنت في الخلف.
هل كنت في منطقة المدخنين أو غير المدخنين؟
غير المدخنين.
هل كنت جالسة على الكاونتر أم على طاولة؟
لقد كنت جالسة على طاولة ل4 أشخاص.
حسناً، سوف أذهب للتفقد. هل انتظرت دقيقة؟
شكراً جزيلاً. امرأة تتصل بالمطعم على الهاتف. على أي طاولة تناولت الغداء؟
أهلا، كيف يمكنني مساعدتك؟
لقد تناولت الغداء عندكم من فترة، وأظن أنني نسيت وشاحي.
لقد تركت وشاحك على الطاولة؟ هل تتذكرين على أي طاولة كنت جالسة؟ سوف أذهب للبحث عنه.
حسناً، لقد كنت في الخلف.
هل كنت في منطقة المدخنين أو غير المدخنين؟
غير المدخنين.
هل كنت جالسة على الكاونتر أم على طاولة؟
لقد كنت جالسة على طاولة ل4 أشخاص.
حسناً، سوف أذهب للتفقد. هل انتظرت دقيقة؟
شكراً جزيلاً.
لو سمحت، إني أبحث عن شقة في المنطقة. هل لا أريتني بعضا من مخططات الشقق المتوفرة؟
بالطبع. أهي لشخص أعزب؟
لا، سوف أعيش مع زوجتي. أريد غرفة معيشة وغرفة نوم ومكتب.
حسناً، ما رأيك بهذه؟ هناك غرفتان بالإضافة إلى غرفة المعيشة. قد تكون صاخبة بعض الشيء، لأنها تقع بالقرب من الطريق الكبير.
فهمت عليك. أنا عادة أعمل في منزلي، لذلك أريد مكانا هادئا، وأفضل أن تكون غرفة المعيشة مربعة الشكل.
حسناً، إذن ما رأيك بهذه؟ إنها بعيدة عن المحطة قليلاً، ولكنها تقع في منطقة سكنية هادئة. هناك غرفتان وغرفة معيشة، ولكن واحدة من الغرف ضيقة قليلاً.
مم... ليس لدينا الكثير من الأغراض، لذلك أظن أنها سوف تكفينا.
يمكنني أن أريك شققاً أخرى فيها غرف أكبر، ولكنها تقع في منطقة أبعد عن المحطة.
لا شكرا، أظن أنني سوف آخذ الثانية.
رجل يبحث عن شقة. أي شقة سوف يختار؟
لو سمحت، إني أبحث عن شقة في المنطقة. هل لا أريتني بعضا من مخططات الشقق المتوفرة؟
بالطبع. أهي لشخص أعزب؟
لا، سوف أعيش مع زوجتي. أريد غرفة معيشة وغرفة نوم ومكتب.
حسناً، ما رأيك بهذه؟ هناك غرفتان بالإضافة إلى غرفة المعيشة. قد تكون صاخبة بعض الشيء، لأنها تقع بالقرب من الطريق الكبير.
فهمت عليك. أنا عادة أعمل في منزلي، لذلك أريد مكانا هادئا، وأفضل أن تكون غرفة المعيشة مربعة الشكل.
حسناً، إذن ما رأيك بهذه؟ إنها بعيدة عن المحطة قليلاً، ولكنها تقع في منطقة سكنية هادئة. هناك غرفتان وغرفة معيشة، ولكن واحدة من الغرف ضيقة قليلا.
ليس لدينا الكثير من الأغراض، لذلك أظن أنها سوف تكفينا.
يمكنني أن أريك شققا أخرى فيها غرف أكبر، ولكنها تقع في منطقة أبعد عن المحطة.
لا شكرا، أظن أنني سوف آخذ الثانية.
لو سمحت، أريد أن أطلب كعكة عيد ميلاد لابنتي.
حسنا، هل يمكنك أن تقولي لي عن أي نوع من الكيك تبحثين؟
ابنتي تحب الشوكولا، لذلك أظن أن كعكة الشوكولا ستكون جيدة. وهل يمكننا أن نضع بعضاً من الفراولة عليها؟
بالطبع، لدينا كعكات مدورة ومربعة، أيهما تفضلين؟
مدورة لو سمحت.
حسنا، كم سيصبح عمر ابنتك؟
ستصبح ب12 من عمرها.
حسنا، سوف نحضر 12 شمعة. هل تريدين أن تكتبي أي شيء عليها؟
نعم، عيد ميلاد سعيد لو سمحت.
حسنا، هل تريدين كتابتها باللون الوردي؟ إذا كنت تريدين ذلك، سنضع الكعكة في صحن أبيض، ويمكننا أيضا كتابتها باللون الأبيض ووضع الكعكة بصحن وردي.
اكتبها باللون الوردي وضع الكعكة بصحن أبيض لو سمحت.
امرأة تطلب كعكة عيد ميلاد. أي كعكة سوف تطلب؟
لو سمحت، أريد أن أطلب كعكة عيد ميلاد لابنتي.
حسنا، هل يمكنك أن تقولي لي عن أي نوع من الكيك تبحثين؟
ابنتي تحب الشوكولا، لذلك أظن أن كعكة الشوكولا ستكون جيدة. وهل يمكننا أن نضع بعضاً من الفراولة عليها؟
بالطبع، لدينا كعكات مدورة ومربعة، أيهما تفضلين؟
مدورة لو سمحت.
حسنا، كم سيصبح عمر ابنتك؟
ستصبح ب12 من عمرها.
حسنا، سوف نحضر 12 شمعة. هل تريدين أن تكتبي أي شيء عليها؟
نعم، عيد ميلاد سعيد لو سمحت.
حسنا، هل تريدين كتابتها باللون الوردي؟ إذا كنت تريدين ذلك، سنضع الكعكة في صحن أبيض، ويمكننا أيضا كتابتها باللون الأبيض ووضع الكعكة بصحن وردي.
اكتبها باللون الوردي وضع الكعكة بصحن أبيض لو سمحت.
أظن أنه يجب علينا تقرير موعد الانتقال من المنزل والاتصال بشركة نقل.
نعم، لقد تحققت لتوي من شركات النقل.
لا أريد أن أدفع الكثير من النقود.
أوافقك الرأي. هذه الشركة تقدم بعضا من الخصومات. مثلا، إذا حجزنا قبل يوم الانتقال بشهر، سوف يحسبون 10%.
قبل شهر واحد؟ في هذه الحالة علينا أن ننتقل بعد 15 من كانون الأول للحصول على الخصم.
وهناك خصم إضافي إذا حجزنا خلال أيام الأسبوع.
خلال أيام الأسبوع؟ لدي اجتماع في صباح يوم الاثنين، والمعرض سوف يقام خلال أيام الثلاثاء والأربعاء، لذلك
الجمعة سيكون جيدا، لأنه يمكننا ترتيب المنزل الجديد خلال عطلة الأسبوع.
حسناً. انتظر، يقولون أن الخصم 15% في أيام الثلاثاء والأربعاء، و5% في أيام الجمعة.
ماذا تريدين أن تفعلين؟
لنحصل على أرخص سعر مستطاع، سوف أكون قد انتهيت من المعرض في ذلك الحين. رجل وامرأة يتحدثان عن جدول الانتقال من المنزل. متى سوف ينتقلان من المنزل؟ أظن أنه يجب علينا تقرير موعد الانتقال من المنزل والاتصال بشركة نقل.
نعم، لقد تحققت لتوي من شركات النقل.
لا أريد أن أدفع الكثير من النقود.
أوافقك الرأي. هذه الشركة تقدم بعضا من الخصومات. مثلا إذا حجزنا قبل يوم الانتقال بشهر سوف يحسمون 10%.
قبل شهر واحد؟ في هذه الحالة علينا أن ننتقل بعد 15 من كانون الأول للحصول على الخصم.
وهناك خصم إضافي إذا حجزنا خلال أيام الأسبوع.
خلال أيام الأسبوع؟ لدي اجتماع في صباح يوم الاثنين، والمعرض سوف يقام خلال أيام الثلاثاء والأربعاء، لذلك
الجمعة سيكون جيدا لأنه يمكننا ترتيب المنزل الجديد خلال عطلة الأسبوع.
حسناً. انتظر، يقولون أن الخصم 15% في أيام الثلاثاء والأربعاء، و5% في أيام الجمعة.
ماذا تريدين أن تفعلين؟
لنحصل على أرخص سعر مستطاع، سوف أكون قد انتهيت من المعرض في ذلك الحين.
لو سمحتِ، هل هذا القميص متوفر فقط في مجموعة الثلاث قطع؟
نستطيع أن نبيعه بشكل منفرد، ولكنه سوف يكون أغلى.
حسناً، لا أريد 3 قمصان من نفس الشكل. ماذا أستطيع أن أفعل؟
إذا اشتريت هذه المجموعة من ربطات العنق التي من 3 قطع، نستطيع أن نعطيك خصماً على القمصان حيث الثلاثة بسعر قميص واحد.
حسناً، فهمت. مجموعة ربطات العنق الثلاث، وأحصل أيضاً على مجموعة القمصان الثلاث بسعر قميص واحد.
هذا صحيح.
حسناً، سوف أعطي القميصان الآخران لشخص آخر.
حسناً يا سيدي، هذا توفير استثنائي. رجل يتسوق خلال فترة التنزيلات. ماذا وكم سوف يشتري؟
لو سمحتِ، هل هذا القميص متوفر فقط في مجموعة الثلاث قطع؟
نستطيع أن نبيعه بشكل منفرد، ولكنه سوف يكون أغلى.
حسناً، لا أريد 3 قمصان من نفس الشكل. ماذا أستطيع أن أفعل؟
إذا اشتريت هذه المجموعة من ربطات العنق التي من 3 قطع، نستطيع أن نعطيك خصماً على القمصان حيث الثلاثة بسعر قميص واحد.
حسناً، فهمت. مجموعة ربطات العنق الثلاث، وأحصل أيضاً على مجموعة القمصان الثلاث بسعر قميص واحد.
هذا صحيح.
حسناً، سوف أعطي القميصان الآخران لشخص آخر.
حسناً يا سيدي، هذا توفير استثنائي. هذا هو التقرير عن الحقائب النسائية التي أطلقناها فقط الشهر الماضي. أولاً، بالنسبة للون، اللون الأسود هو اللون الأكثر مبيعاً، ويأتي بعد ذلك اللون الأبيض والأزرق السماوي، والأصفر لم يباع كثيراً.
الأصفر لم يباع كثيراً؟ ماذا عن الشكل؟
الأحجام الكبيرة بيعت أكثر من الأحجام الصغيرة. الحقائب التي تستطيع أن تضع داخلها دفاتر أو مجلات من حجم A4 كانت الأكثر شعبية.
حسناً.
بالنسبة للحمالات، الجلد كان أكثر شعبية من السلاسل.
فهمت. يبدو أن الحقائب التي تلائم الزي الرسمي تباع أكثر.
هذا صحيح، لذلك يجب علينا أن نستعمل ألواناً أهدأ مثل البيج أو البني في مجموعتنا الجديدة.
حسناً، لنصنع حقائب من اللون البيج كلون جديد، وتستطيعين أن توقفي الحقائب الصفراء.
حسناً. امرأة تعطي تقريراً عن مبيعات الحقائب. أي حقيبة كانت أكثر مبيعاً؟ هذا هو التقرير عن الحقائب النسائية التي أطلقناها فقط الشهر الماضي. أولاً، بالنسبة للون، اللون الأسود هو اللون الأكثر مبيعاً، ويأتي بعد ذلك اللون الأبيض والأزرق السماوي، والأصفر لم يباع كثيراً.
الأصفر لم يباع كثيراً؟ ماذا عن الشكل؟
الأحجام الكبيرة بيعت أكثر من الأحجام الصغيرة. الحقائب التي تستطيع أن تضع داخلها دفاتر أو مجلات من حجم A4 كانت الأكثر شعبية.
حسناً.
بالنسبة للحمالات، الجلد كان أكثر شعبية من السلاسل.
فهمت. يبدو أن الحقائب التي تلائم الزي الرسمي تباع أكثر.
هذا صحيح، لذلك يجب علينا أن نستعمل ألواناً أهدأ مثل البيج أو البني في مجموعتنا الجديدة.
حسناً، لنصنع حقائب من اللون البيج كلون جديد، وتستطيعين أن توقفي الحقائب الصفراء.
حسناً.
لو سمحتِ، هل أستطيع أن أقيم حجزاً من أجل فحص طبي عام؟
بالتأكيد، الفحوصات الطبية العامة متوفرة في أيام الاثنين والأربعاء والسبت، مختلفة عن الفحوصات العادية. أي يوم تفضل؟
هل هي متوفرة هذا السبت؟
نعم، إنها متوفرة. نحن نفتح في الصباح فقط في أيام السبت. هل هذا جيد؟
في الصباح فقط؟ هذا صعب قليلاً. حتى أي وقت تفتحون في أيام الأسبوع؟
نحن نفتح حتى الساعة 6 مساء في أيام الاثنين، وحتى 8 في أيام الأربعاء.
فهمت. في أي وقت تفتحون في الصباح؟
نحن نفتح في الساعة 8 صباحاً، ولكن الأسبوع القادم محجوز كلياً في الصباح. ولكن إذا كنت تستطيع الانتظار حتى الأسبوع التالي، الاثنين والأربعاء متوفران من الساعة 8 صباحاً.
حسناً، سوف أعاود الاتصال بعد التحقق من جدول مواعيدي.
حسناً يا سيد. رجل يتصل بمستشفى. متى تتوفر الفحوصات الطبية العامة في المستشفى؟
لو سمحتِ، هل أستطيع أن أقيم حجزاً من أجل فحص طبي عام؟
بالتأكيد، الفحوصات الطبية العامة متوفرة في أيام الاثنين والأربعاء والسبت، مختلفة عن الفحوصات العادية. أي يوم تفضل؟
هل هي متوفرة هذا السبت؟
نعم، إنها متوفرة. نحن نفتح في الصباح فقط في أيام السبت. هل هذا جيد؟
في الصباح فقط؟ هذا صعب قليلاً. حتى أي وقت تفتحون في أيام الأسبوع؟
نحن نفتح حتى الساعة 6 مساء في أيام الاثنين، وحتى 8 في أيام الأربعاء.
فهمت. في أي وقت تفتحون في الصباح؟
نحن نفتح في الساعة 8 صباحاً، ولكن الأسبوع القادم محجوز كلياً في الصباح. ولكن إذا كنت تستطيع الانتظار حتى الأسبوع التالي، الاثنين والأربعاء متوفران من الساعة 8 صباحاً.
حسناً، سوف أعاود الاتصال بعد التحقق من جدول مواعيدي.
حسناً يا سيد. آسفة على الإزعاج. أرجوك، هل تستطيع أن تقل ابنتي إلى المنزل؟
بالطبع. هل هي تعرفني؟
نعم، لقد شاهدت صورتك من قبل، لذلك ستكون قابلة على التعرف عليك.
حسناً، كيف تبدو هي؟
شعرها أسود ومجعد. هي نحيفة وأطول من المعدل الوسطي.
حسناً، أي شيء آخر؟
قالت أنها سترتدي القبعة التي اشتريتها لها من قبل. إنها بيضاء وفيها شريط أسود.
هذا يبدو سهل الإيجاد. حسناً، سوف أقلها إلى المنزل.
شكراً. رجل يقل ابنة صديقته إلى المنزل. أي واحدة هي ابنتها؟ آسفة على الإزعاج. أرجوك، هل تستطيع أن تقل ابنتي إلى المنزل؟
بالطبع. هل هي تعرفني؟
نعم، لقد شاهدت صورتك من قبل، لذلك ستكون قابلة على التعرف عليك.
حسناً، كيف تبدو هي؟
شعرها أسود ومجعد. هي نحيفة وأطول من المعدل الوسطي.
حسناً، أي شيء آخر؟
قالت أنها سترتدي القبعة التي اشتريتها لها من قبل. إنها بيضاء وفيها شريط أسود.
هذا يبدو سهل الإيجاد. حسناً، سوف أقلها إلى المنزل.
شكراً.
تباً، لا أستطيع أن أجد محفظتي. لابد أنني تركتها في مكان ما.
ماذا؟ هل تتذكر متى كانت آخر مرة استخدمتها؟
لا، لا أستطيع التذكر.
حسناً، لنحاول أن نتذكر الأماكن التي كنت فيها اليوم.
حسناً، أولاً ذهبت لمشاهدة فيلم مع صديقي، وذهبنا إلى كافيتيريا بعد ذلك، ولكن صديقي دفع لي، لذلك لم أستعمل محفظتي كثيراً.
ولكن هل تتذكر استخدامها عندما اشتريت تذكرة الفيلم؟
نعم، وذهبنا إلى النادي الرياضي، وبعد ذلك لاحظت أنني فقدتها.
هل تستعمل نقوداً في النادي؟
لا، لأن تكاليف عضويتي تدفع بشكل أوتوماتيكي من حساب البنك الخاص بي. لقد تذكرت، لقد اشتريت بعض العصير من آلة البيع.
حسناً، إذن اذهب وابحث عنها هناك. رجل يتكلم مع مرأة عن محفظته. أين سوف يبحث عن محفظته؟
تبا، لا أستطيع أن أجد محفظتي. لابد أنني تركتها في مكان ما.
ماذا؟ هل تتذكر متى كانت آخر مرة استخدمتها؟
لا، لا أستطيع التذكر.
حسناً، لنحاول أن نتذكر الأماكن التي كنت فيها اليوم.
حسناً، أولاً ذهبت لمشاهدة فيلم مع صديقي، وذهبنا إلى كافيتيريا بعد ذلك، ولكن صديقي دفع لي، لذلك لم أستعمل محفظتي كثيراً.
ولكن هل تتذكر استخدامها عندما اشتريت تذكرة الفيلم؟
نعم، وذهبنا إلى النادي الرياضي، وبعد ذلك لاحظت أنني فقدتها.
هل تستعمل نقوداً في النادي؟
لا، لأن تكاليف عضويتي تدفع بشكل أوتوماتيكي من حساب البنك الخاص بي. لقد تذكرت، لقد اشتريت بعض العصير من آلة البيع.
حسناً، إذن اذهب وابحث عنها هناك.
يجب علينا الاجتماع من أجل عرض الفريق القادم.
هذا صحيح. متى أنت متفرغ؟
أنا آتي إلى المدرسة أيام الاثنين والأربعاء والخميس.
إذن الأربعاء أو الخميس سيكون جيداً بالنسبة لنا نحن الاثنين، في حين أني آتي إلى المدرسة أيام الثلاثاء والأربعاء والخميس. ماذا عن الخميس بعد الظهر؟
الخميس لدي محاضرات حتى الحصة الثالثة. نستطيع أن نفعلها بعد الحصة الثالثة، صف الاقتصاد، ولكن لدي عمل من الساعة 5، لذلك سأكون متوفرا لساعة واحدة.
هذا يبدو قصيراً بعض الشيء. ماذا عن الأربعاء إذن؟
باستثناء التاريخ المعاصر في الحصة الثانية والقانون الدولي في الحصة الرابعة، أنا متفرغ.
فهمت. لدي التاريخ الآسيوي في الحصة الثالثة، ولدي عمل في المساء. ما رأيك بالالتقاء في الصباح والتكلم قبل الحصة الثانية؟
حسناً، أنا لست برجل يستيقظ باكراً. لماذا لا نلتقي يوم الخميس؟ سوف أعيد جدولة عملي ليوم آخر.
حسناً، تعال إلى المقصف عندما ينتهي الدرس. طالب وطالبة يتكلمان بينما ينظران إلى جدول صفهم. اختر جدول الطالب ليوم الاجتماع.
يجب علينا الاجتماع من أجل عرض الفريق القادم.
هذا صحيح. متى أنت متفرغ؟
أنا آتي إلى المدرسة أيام الاثنين والأربعاء والخميس.
إذن الأربعاء أو الخميس سيكون جيداً بالنسبة لنا نحن الاثنين، في حين أني آتي إلى المدرسة أيام الثلاثاء والأربعاء والخميس. ماذا عن الخميس بعد الظهر؟
الخميس لدي محاضرات حتى الحصة الثالثة. نستطيع أن نفعلها بعد الحصة الثالثة، صف الاقتصاد، ولكن لدي عمل من الساعة 5، لذلك سأكون متوفرا لساعة واحدة.
مم. هذا يبدو قصيرا بعض الشيء. ماذا عن الأربعاء إذن؟
باستثناء التاريخ المعاصر في الحصة الثانية والقانون الدولي في الحصة الرابعة، أنا متفرغ.
فهمت. لدي التاريخ الآسيوي في الحصة الثالثة، ولدي عمل في المساء. ما رأيك بالالتقاء في الصباح والتكلم قبل الحصة الثانية؟
حسناً، أنا لست برجل يستيقظ باكراً. لماذا لا نلتقي يوم الخميس؟ سوف أعيد جدولة عملي ليوم آخر.
حسناً، تعال إلى المقصف عندما ينتهي الدرس.
سمعت أنه لديك أخ توأم. لم أعرف ذلك.
نعم، ولكن الناس يقولون أننا لا نشبه بعض. انظر، أخي في هذه الصورة. هل تستطيع أن تحزر أي واحد هو؟
حسناً، لا أرى أي واحد يشبهك. ربما هذا الذي يرتدي قبعة؟
لا، ليس هذا. لون شعره أسود مثلي.
حسناً، طويل القامة هذا؟
لا، هو ليس طويلاً.
ما زلت لا أستطيع إيجاده. أنتما حقا لا تشبهان بعضكما.
أعرف، ربما النظارات تجعلها أصعب.
نظارات؟ إذن هذا الثاني من اليسار؟
نعم، هذا صحيح. هل أشبهه؟
لا، لا تشبهينه.
رجل وامرأة يتكلمان بينما ينظران إلى صورة. أي واحد هو أخو المرأة الأصغر؟
سمعت أنه لديك أخ توأم. لم أعرف ذلك.
نعم، ولكن الناس يقولون أننا لا نشبه بعض. انظر، أخي في هذه الصورة. هل تستطيع أن تحزر أي واحد هو؟
حسناً، لا أرى أي واحد يشبهك. ربما هذا الذي يرتدي قبعة؟
لا، ليس هذا. لون شعره أسود مثلي.
حسناً، طويل القامة هذا؟
لا، هو ليس طويلاً.
ما زلت لا أستطيع إيجاده. أنتما حقا لا تشبهان بعضكما.
أعرف، ربما النظارات تجعلها أصعب.
نظارات؟ إذن هذا الثاني من اليسار؟
نعم، هذا صحيح. هل أشبهه؟
لا، لا تشبهينه.
انظري إلى هذا المقال، إنه عن المواد الثلاث الأكثر شعبية بين الأطفال في سن 10 إلى 15.
دعني أرى. التدريب البدني في قمة قائمة الأطفال في سن 10.
التدريب البدني ما زال ذو شعبية، وسمعت أيضا أن الأطفال في هذه الأيام يقضون وقتا أقل بممارسة الرياضة.
نعم، والموسيقى تأتي ثانياً.
نعم، المادة الأكثر شعبية بين الأطفال في سن 15 هي التاريخ. عندما تصبح في سن 15 تصبح مهتما بمواد مختلفة عن سن 10.
صحيح. السياسة تأتي ثانياً، وتكنولوجيا المعلومات تأتي في المرتبة الثالثة، ولكنها لم تكن حتى مادة عندما كنا في ذلك العمر.
بالمناسبة، ماذا كانت المادة الثالثة الأكثر شعبية للأطفال في سن 10؟
دعنا نرى. الفنون. أتساءل ما إذا كانوا يصممون أشياء باستخدام برامج الحاسوب. رجل وامرأة يتحدثان بينما يشاهدان اقتراع بشأن مواد الأطفال المفضلة. أي مخطط يبين النتيجة للأطفال في سن 15؟
انظري إلى هذا المقال، إنه عن المواد الثلاث الأكثر شعبية بين الأطفال في سن 10 إلى 15.
دعني أرى. التدريب البدني في قمة قائمة الأطفال في سن 10.
التدريب البدني ما زال ذو شعبية، وسمعت أيضا أن الأطفال في هذه الأيام يقضون وقتا أقل بممارسة الرياضة.
نعم، والموسيقى تأتي ثانياً.
نعم، المادة الأكثر شعبية بين الأطفال في سن 15 هي التاريخ. عندما تصبح في سن 15 تصبح مهتما بمواد مختلفة عن سن 10.
صحيح. السياسة تأتي ثانياً، وتكنولوجيا المعلومات تأتي في المرتبة الثالثة، ولكنها لم تكن حتى مادة عندما كنا في ذلك العمر.
بالمناسبة، ماذا كانت المادة الثالثة الأكثر شعبية للأطفال في سن 10؟
دعنا نرى. الفنون. أتساءل ما إذا كانوا يصممون أشياء باستخدام برامج الحاسوب. ها هي التوقعات الجوية للأسبوع القادم. في النصف الأول من هذا الأسبوع، معظم الأيام ستكون مشمسة في الإجمال، وقد يكون الجو غائماً من وقت إلى آخر. في النصف الثاني من الأسبوع، ستنتشر الغيوم، وستمطر في بعض المناطق. في منتصف الأسبوع، عندما يبدأ الجو بالاستياء، سيكون هناك مناطق حيث سيسوء الجو كثيراً. أعلى درجة حرارة ستكون كالمعدل السنوي، وسترتفع إلى 20 درجة في النصف الأول من الأسبوع، ولكن بعد ذلك ستكون منخفضة عن المعدل، وستكون بين 18 إلى 15 درجة. أوطى درجة حرارة ستكون بين 7 إلى 8 درجات، والتي أوطى بقليل من الطبيعي. سيكون يوم الأحد غداً مشمساً، وسيكون جواً مثالياً للعطلة. تلفاز يبث التوقعات الجوية. أيهم التوقع الجوي للأسبوع القادم؟ ها هي التوقعات الجوية للأسبوع القادم. في النصف الأول من هذا الأسبوع، معظم الأيام ستكون مشمسة في الإجمال، وقد يكون الجو غائماً من وقت إلى آخر. في النصف الثاني من الأسبوع، ستنتشر الغيوم، وستمطر في بعض المناطق. في منتصف الأسبوع، عندما يبدأ الجو بالاستياء، سيكون هناك مناطق حيث سيسوء الجو كثيراً. أعلى درجة حرارة ستكون كالمعدل السنوي، وسترتفع إلى 20 درجة في النصف الأول من الأسبوع، ولكن بعد ذلك ستكون منخفضة عن المعدل، وستكون بين 18 إلى 15 درجة. أوطى درجة حرارة ستكون بين 7 إلى 8 درجات، والتي أوطى بقليل من الطبيعي. سيكون يوم الأحد غداً مشمساً، وسيكون جواً مثالياً للعطلة.
مرحبا، لدي توصيلة إلى قسم المصادر البشرية وقسم المحاسبة.
شكراً لك، كلاهما في الطابق الرابع.
فهمت، وأريد أيضا أن آخذ شيئا من قسم المبيعات.
لقسم المبيعات قسمان، الأول والثاني، أي واحد فيهما؟
دعيني أرى. القسم الثاني.
قسم المبيعات الثاني في الطابق الثاني. هناك هاتف داخلي في المدخل، لذلك أرجوك اتصل بالشخص الذي تبحث عنه.
فهمت. هل أستطيع أن أستخدم المصعد الذي هناك للصعود؟
أنا آسفة، ولكن المصعد خارج الخدمة حالياً للفحص الأماني. هل تمانع استخدام السلالم هناك؟
لا، على الإطلاق. شكرا جزيلا لك.
رجل توصيل الطلبات يتكلم مع موظفة الاستقبال. ماذا سوف يفعل رجل توصيل الطلبات بعد ذلك؟ اختر الإجابة الغير صحيحة.
مرحبا، لدي توصيلة إلى قسم المصادر البشرية وقسم المحاسبة.
شكرا لك، كلاهما في الطابق الرابع.
فهمت، وأريد أيضا أن آخذ شيئا من قسم المبيعات.
لقسم المبيعات قسمان، الأول والثاني، أي واحد فيهما؟
دعيني أرى. القسم الثاني.
قسم المبيعات الثاني في الطابق الثاني. هناك هاتف داخلي في المدخل، لذلك أرجوك اتصل بالشخص الذي تبحث عنه.
فهمت. هل أستطيع أن أستخدم المصعد الذي هناك للصعود؟
أنا آسفة، ولكن المصعد خارج الخدمة حالياً للفحص الأماني. هل تمانع استخدام السلالم هناك؟
لا على الإطلاق. شكرا جزيلا لك.
10 phrases to help you in an emergency. First, you need to know what the word emergency means. The word emergency in Arabic is طوارئ. طوارئ. And in case of emergency, في حالة الطوارئ. في حالة الطوارئ. So you would need help in an emergency case. أنا محتاج مساعدة في حالة الطوارئ. I need help in an emergency case. أنا محتاج مساعدة في حالة الطوارئ. So let's get started. من فضلك اتصل بالبوليس. Call the police please. The first phrase we have من فضلك اتصل بالبوليس. من فضلك اتصل بالبوليس. Call the police please. You can also say من فضلك اتصل بالنجدة. نجدة, which is the colloquial way of saying the police. نجدة. So in Egypt for police you can call 122 122, or for the tourist police if you're a foreigner you can call 126 126. عندك حرارة? Do you have a fever? عندك حرارة؟ عندك حرارة؟ Do you have a fever? You can also hear عندك سخونية؟ عندك سخونية? Do you have a fever? Usually the foreigners are not used to the heat in Egypt. It's very sunny, so they get a sunstroke. So don't forget to always apply a thick layer of sunscreen, hat, sunglasses is a must. Always have a parasol with you, because if you get a sunstroke, it's very difficult to recover. You're gonna be sick for at least 1 week. So please take care of yourself and try not to have a fever. مش لاقي الباسبور بتاعي. I cannot find my passport. The next one is مش لاقي الباسبور بتاعي. مش لاقي الباسبور بتاعي. I cannot find my passport. We use the word passport for a passport, and if you really want the Arabic translation, it's جواز السفر. جواز السفر. جواز means permit and سفر means to travel, so it's a travel permit. So you can say مش لاقي جواز السفر or جواز السفر ضاع. غالباً أكلت حاجة مش كويسة. I think I ate something bad. غالباً أكلت حاجة مش كويسة. غالباً أكلت حاجة مش كويسة. I think I ate something bad. That's when you're feeling like your stomach is upset, you're vomiting, or you have a fever, you have a stomachache. You can say أنا حاسس, I feel like إني أكلت حاجة مش كويسة. أنا حاسس إني أكلت حاجة مش كويسة. I feel like I've eaten something bad. Usually Egyptian food is full of fat, it's full of butter. So if you're not used to it, maybe the first few days you will have a stomachache or your stomach will be a little upset. So you can use this sentence to express that you have a problem to the pharmacy or to a doctor. حاسس إني أكلت حاجة مش كويسة. أنا محتاج دكتور. I need a doctor. The next one is أنا محتاج دكتور. أنا محتاج دكتور. I need a doctor. You can also say محتاج أروح المستشفى. محتاج أروح المستشفى. I need to go to the hospital. Or اطلب لي الإسعاف. اطلب لي الإسعاف. Can you call an ambulance for me? اطلب لي الإسعاف. If you're in Cairo and you need an ambulance, please call 123. 123. أنا مش عارف طريق الرجوع للفندق. I cannot find the way back to my hotel. مش عارف طريق الرجوع للفندق. مش عارف طريق الرجوع للفندق. I cannot find my way back to the hotel. You can also say مش عارف أرجع للفندق. I cannot go back to the hotel. So if you need to stop someone to describe you the way, you can say أنا قاعد في فندق شيراتون. I'm staying at the Sheraton Hotel, for example. وأنا مش لاقي طريق الرجوع للفندق. مش لاقي طريق الرجوع للفندق. Or مش عارف أرجع للفندق. I cannot find my way back to the hotel. So ممكن تساعدني can you help me في صيدلية قريبة is there a pharmacy nearby the next one is في صيدلية قريبة is there a pharmacy nearby for a foreigner you're very lucky because if you have a stomachache or you have a headache or you feel like you're very sick you don't really have to go to the doctor or like you don't really have to reserve an appointment in Egypt because usually in every pharmacy there is a doctor there. He can give you an injection, he can prescribe you some medicine or if you feel bad. All you have to do is to go to the nearest pharmacy and just describe what you have or how you feel and they most likely are going to give you medicine. ممكن تساعدني? Can you help me? ممكن تساعدني? Can you help me? You can also say محتاج مساعدتك. I need your help. So if you're in a trouble and you can just ask some random person ممكن تساعدني؟ لو سمحت ممكن تساعدني؟ من فضلك اتصل بالمطافي. Call the fire department please. من فضلك اتصل بالمطافي. Call the fire department please. من فضلك اتصل بالمطافي. Or اطلب المطافي. If you need to call the firefighters in Egypt, you should call 180 180. مش قادر أقف. I can't stand up. مش قادر أقف. I cannot stand up. If you feel like you're very physically sick, you can just say مش قادر أقف or مش قادر أقوم. I cannot get up. I cannot move my body. مش قادر أحرك جسمي. I cannot move my body. So these are all variations you can use like if you feel physically tired. حاسس إن جسمي همدان. It means I feel like my body is very weak. حاسس إن جسمي همدان. 5 most popular Egyptian bands. Do you know any of them? So let's get started. Karaoke. The first band is karaoke. For example, you can say هروح حفلة karaoke النهاردة, which means I'm going to karaoke's concert today. Karaoke began their music profession long time ago in like the 2000s or something. However, they were really popular during the Egyptian Revolution in 2011. They went down to the street and they sat in the sit-ins and they composed this beautiful song. في كل شارع في بلادي صوت الحرية بينادي. In every street of my home, of my country, the sound of freedom is calling us. And it was such a big hit in 2011, and that's when their popular profession as a band has started. They also have a very fun song I personally like, and it goes something like حبيبي يا مطلع عيني ليه دايما ضارب بوز خلاص نكدت عليا سنيني وشك بقى شبه الشوز. So funny but so sad. So yeah, that's karaoke. They mostly sing political or social problems related songs. Their lyrics are full of statements, personal statements and criticism about the society and problems we're facing, whether it's economic or political or so on. So definitely go check them out. Sharmoofers. The next band is Sharmoofers. I have no idea what that means. Sharmoofers. For example, you can say بحب أغاني Sharmoofers. I like Sharmoofers songs. They mostly also sing social problems. For example, they have this song called 5 centimeters. It begins with the singer, the lead singer. He's waking up and he cannot wash his face because there's no water, which is a very common problem in Egypt. Like the water gets cut. And then he goes downstairs to see that the sewers are kind of exploded and there is water everywhere. That's why the last 5 centimeters of his pants get this really dirty water in them. And then he proceeds to go to his work. He walks in the street. Everything is so crowded. He's so late because there's an accident. And he gets out of his car and he starts walking to his work. But the streets are so muddy. They're so dirty. And the ends of his pants yet again get dirty. So it's it takes you through the daily life of a very normal Egyptian person, what kind of problems, daily problems he or she might face. So it's also a very good band if you want to know how Egypt looks like, what kind of problems they have, what kind of funny or unique stuff they have. Definitely go check out their album and their video music, video shows. مسار إجباري. مسار إجباري. The next band is مسار إجباري, which means obligatory detour or a compulsory detour. And they also make so many underground music. مسار إجباري usually sing also about social problems, but maybe more about individual problems, sometimes with depression and the tough, like when life gets tough. They don't really sing romance as much as they sing about their problems and the difficult parts of life and so on. They have a very nice song called Shirmophobia. I definitely recommend you to go watch that music video. For example, you can say سمعت أغنية مسار إجباري الجديدة. Have you listened to مسار إجباري's new song? If you're interested in blues, jazz, some Oriental music, not necessarily Egyptian, but generally Oriental, you might want to check out مسار إجباري. Iskandarella. Okay, the next one is Iskandarella. From Alexandria, the Mediterranean, one of the most famous Mediterranean cities in Egypt. For example, you can say فرقة اسكندريلا هتغني على المسرح. فرقة اسكندريلا هتغني على المسرح, which means Iskandarella is gonna sing on stage. Iskandarella is a band made of 3 members, and they take really, really vintage music, especially the ones that are made by a composer called Said Darwish. So he used to live in the 19th century, and he is one of the most popular Egyptian composer and the musician of that time. Their ideology is that the young people nowadays are so out of touch with Egypt's old history and the vintage music, so they try to recycle it, make it modern, and they try to remake it for the young people to be interested in it again, and then maybe they can reconnect the old history with the new ways of and styles of music and so on. Definitely try to check them out if you are into vintage music or music that kind of relates to poetry. If you like the sound of Oriental vintage instruments like the oud, definitely try to see them, check out their music videos. مشوار. The next band is مشوار, which means a journey. For example, you can say فرقة مشوار من أشهر فرق الأندرجراوند. فرقة مشوار من أشهر فرق الأندرجراوند. Meshwar is one of the most popular underground bands. Meshwar has a really unique theme of combining the Oriental or Egyptian beats with the reggae or groove African beats. So if you are into this African/Middle Eastern or Arab kind of music or mix, you should definitely try to watch one of their music videos or concerts. Sports. So let's get started. كرة القدم. Soccer. The first one is كرة القدم or soccer or football. In Egypt, in the dialect, we usually just say كرة, which means a ball, but we usually refer to that to football or soccer. For example, you can say رياضتي المفضلة هي كرة القدم. رياضتي المفضلة هي كرة القدم or رياضتي المفضلة هي كرة, which means my favorite sport is soccer. The 2 most famous Egyptian soccer teams are Zamalek and Ahli. Ahli is usually in red, presented in red, and Zamalek is usually presented in white. And they're always fighting, and there's so much tension and passion going around between these 2 groups. If you ever go to Egypt and happen to buy a pocket tissue, you will almost always find it with the symbol of either Ahli or Zamalek. So make sure to buy your favorite team's tissue. كرة السلة. Basketball. The next one is كرة السلة. Basketball. For example, you can say كنت بلعب كرة سلة وأنا صغير. I used to play baseball when I was young. So for the Egyptian basketball teams, you can also find your own version of Ahli and Zamalek kind of teams, but for basketball, not football. كرة اليد. Handball. The next one is كرة اليد. كرة اليد. Handball. For example, you can say فريق كرة اليد ليه تصنيف عالمي. فريق كرة اليد ليه تصنيف عالمي. The handball team has a world ranking. In the last handball tournament in Egypt, the Zamalek team has won the first place, beating all of his other opponents. الكاراتيه. Karate. The next one is karate. Karate. For example, you can say الولاد لازم يتمرنوا كاراتيه. الولاد لازم يتمرنوا كاراتيه. The boys should practice karate. Or you can say الولاد لازم يلعبوا كاراتيه. الولاد لازم يلعبوا كاراتيه. The boys should play karate. Usually in the Egyptian dialect, it's more familiar or it's more natural to use the word يلعب instead of the word يتمرن, which means practice. The word يلعب means play, but usually it's more natural when you use sports. For example, you can say بحب ألعب كرة. بحب ألعب كرة. I like to play soccer. Or بحب ألعب كرة اليد. I like to play handball. More than saying I like to practice. The Egyptian karate team is usually on top of the regional African karate tournament. However, in 2017, it was beaten by the Tunisian team, and the Tunisian came on top, but right after it, there's always the Egyptian team for karate. السباحة. Swimming. The next sports is my personal favorite sports is سباحة. سباحة. Swimming. For example, you can say تمرين السباحة الساعة 7. تمرين السباحة الساعة 7. The swimming class is at 7 o'clock. Yeah, Egypt has two seas, the Mediterranean Sea and the Red Sea. So everyone who lives along these seas usually is a very, very good swimmer. Egyptian people go by the Islamic saying that is to teach their children swimming or horse riding, or archery. And since horse riding and archery are kind of difficult to achieve or maintain in the Egyptian society, therefore most of the children go to swimming schools or know how to swim, go to the beach every year and so on. Since it's also very, very hot, so it's always nice to go to the beach and cool down a little bit. So most likely almost all of the young people will be taking lesson classes or at least know how to swim. 5 biggest festivals in Egypt. So let's get started. مهرجان القاهرة السينمائي الدولي Cairo International Film Festival. The first one is مهرجان القاهرة السينمائي الدولي. مهرجان القاهرة السينمائي الدولي Cairo International Film Festival. For example, you can say مهرجان القاهرة السينمائي الدولي حدث فني مهم جداً. The Cairo International Film Festival is a major art event. The Cairo Film Festival is a tiny local Egyptian event that is so much like Cannes or the mini Oscars. And there you can see short films from all over the world. If you're interested in foreign culture, there's weekly projects and weekly events, so you can definitely have more time discovering the cultures around the Middle East and the foreign cultures as well in that event. And meet so many celebrities, Arab and Egyptian celebrities, alongside with foreign ones. Cairo Bites. Cairo Bites. The next one is Cairo Bites. Cairo Bites. For example, you can say أكلنا كتير قوي في Cairo Bites. أكلنا كتير قوي في Cairo Bites. We ate a lot in Cairo Bites. Cairo Bites is the biggest food festival in Egypt ever, and there you can find not just local food, but you can also find foreign food, and they're all lined up so nicely, and you can eat so many stuff from so many different places. You can also find food-related business and establishments there if you're interested not only in eating, but also in starting up your own business in the industry. You can definitely go there and check it out. مهرجان الموسيقى العربية Arab Music Festival. The next one is مهرجان الموسيقى العربية. مهرجان الموسيقى العربية Arab Music Festival. For example, you can say أشهر المطربين بيغنوا في مهرجان الموسيقى العربية. أشهر المطربين بيغنوا في مهرجان الموسيقى العربية. The most famous singers perform at the Arab Music Festival. مهرجان الموسيقى العربية or the Arab Music Festival Egypt usually hosts some Arab countries. The Arab Music Festival is usually held in November every year. For example, in November 2017, Egypt has hosted 8 Arab countries, performers and musicians to come and play and perform in the Opera House in Cairo. And usually this festival lasts for 2 weeks. Every day you can see a different performance or a different event. معرض الكتاب, Cairo International Book Fair. The next one is معرض الكتاب, معرض الكتاب, Cairo International Book Fair. For example, you can say هنروح النهاردة معرض الكتاب. هنروح النهاردة معرض الكتاب. Today we are going to the Cairo International Book Fair. I really like Cairo International Book Fair, معرض الكتاب. Usually it's open annually during the period of January or February, like around this time. And usually all publications, all new publications, new authors, if they have a new book coming up, it's always published and it's put in that fair. And there you can meet your favorite authors or your favorite writers, and you can get their sign. You can even take a picture or have lunch with them. It's a very nice environment to meet up with people you look up to, or you have people you have read their books before. A couple of years ago, there was a metro station made right in front of the entrance for the Cairo International Book Fair. So each year, instead of taking transportation or not finding your way to the International Book Fair, it's now so easy to go into the metro, the subway, take the subway, and go out, and you will find the entrance right in front of you. So even if it was difficult before, now it's not difficult. It's so easy to go there now. So please try to go there in January or February next year. معرض زهور الأرمان, Orman Flower Festival. معرض زهور الأرمان, معرض زهور الأرمان, Orman Flower Festival. For example, you can say اشتريت زرع كتير من معرض زهور الأرمان. I bought lots of plants from the Orman Flower Festival. The Orman Flower Festival is in Giza city, and usually it's open from the 10th around the very, very early March, because that's when spring starts in Egypt. And there you can find not only flowers, you can not only just buy plants, but you can also buy seeds if you want to plant something for yourself. There are so many bands and groups, art teams who sell art and sell artistic handmade things. It's more like a free market. So you can buy things that are handmade, whether that be an art piece or food. For example, honey or spice. Honey or spice. You can also listen to so many bands. So many bands go there to perform. And you can find foreign flowers as well, some that don't really grow in Egypt. So definitely, if you have a chance to go to Egypt in the spring, try to go to the Orman Flower Festival.
Hi, welcome to Introduction to Arabic. My name is Alicia, and I'm joined by...
Hi everyone, I'm Yafa. In this series, you will learn everything you need to know to get started learning Arabic.
That's right, and we are here to help guide you on your journey. In this lesson, you'll learn the reasons why you should start learning a new language, why you should learn Arabic in particular, and how to get started. There are countless reasons, but perhaps the biggest one of all is that it could actually change your life. Learning a new language unlocks new pathways that are off limits to you now. There are certain things that you simply cannot do without having the technical or cultural skills that come from learning a new language.
Like working or living in another country.
Knowing another language provides you with greater job opportunities. You have the freedom to move to another country halfway around the world and be able to earn a living, or even better yet, build a career from it, instead of just being stuck in one place. Language allows you to visit or live in places that you may never even have considered going, simply because that wasn't a possibility for you. Knowing another language simply gives you more options to choose from.
And learning a new language also helps you to be more open-minded and see the world from a new perspective.
Language and culture go hand in hand. The world is a big place, and by broadening your understanding of other cultures, it allows you to be more empathetic and understanding of the many different ways that people live their lives. With language, you're able to see and experience more, which helps you to grow as a person.
Learning a new language also improves your memory.
Several studies have consistently shown that those who study another language have improved memory as opposed to those who didn't learn another language. Learning another language also keeps your brain healthy by significantly delaying the onset of Alzheimer's and dementia. This difference can be as much as 4 to 5 more years of quality life.
And those are just some of the reasons you should learn another language. The list just goes on and on.
Now you know the benefits of studying another language, but why should you learn Arabic in particular?
The Arab world is well known as a ceaseless supply of oil. It's rich in resources with enormous oil and natural gas reserves. In fact, 7 of the top 20 countries that produce the most oil come from Arab nations.
Not to mention that Arabic is spoken in more than 20 countries with roughly 300 million native speakers worldwide. This makes Arabic one of the most widely spoken languages in the world. Knowing Arabic opens up many business and career opportunities.
The region's instability has not affected its tourism industry, which is considered the fastest growing sector in the region, with Egypt, UAE, Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan leading the way. Surely you have heard of the ancient pyramids of Giza or the Burj Khalifa. Well, these are both famous attractions in the Arab world, where Arabic is the official language.
The majority of the Arabian population can't speak English, so if you're planning on making a few friends in any Arab country, being able to speak Arabic is an absolute must.
Another sector that is growing steadily in the Arab world is telecommunications. Within less than a decade, many local companies have managed to successfully compete internationally as global players.
Islam is the most widespread religion in the Arab world, and it serves as a framework through which many Arabs see the world. Through your study of Arabic, you will pick up knowledge of Islamic traditions and beliefs that will introduce you to a new religion, or to gain insight into the second largest religion in the world.
So clearly, there are many reasons why you should learn Arabic.
Okay then, we've talked about the reasons you should learn Arabic, but how should they get started, Yafa?
Well, it's as simple as learning your first word in Arabic and building up from there.
The fact that will surprise you is that you already know some Arabic.
Alcohol, laymoon, sukkar.
Many English words have been acquired directly from Arabic, or else indirectly by passing from Arabic into other languages and then into English. So you must have said some Arabic words before.
Let's teach you something that is very useful. All Arabic vocabulary is made up of root consonants that you can easily memorize.
Can you explain this further, Yafa?
Sure, Alicia. For example, there are loads of words derived from the 3 letters kaf, ta, ba, which are equivalent to the English letters K, T, and B, and they are all connected in some way to writing. The verb kataba, which means he wrote, katibun, which means writer, kitabun, which means book, and so on.
To better understand this point, we'll compare it to English. In English, we have many words derived from the same 3 letters. For example, run, runner, and running are all derived from the 3 letters R, U, N, and the 3 words are related to each other. It's the same thing in Arabic. You see the similarity in all of those words, don't you? All of those words come from the same 3 letters. So even if you only memorize the 3 letters K, T, and B, you could in many cases take a really good guess at the meaning of a word, since you know it has something to do with books and writing.
Exactly. That makes things much easier to learn.
Well, you'll learn more about Arabic writing in episode 4, so stay tuned. Now, try saying your first word in Arabic. Listen and repeat after Yafa.
Shukran.
Now your turn.
Shukran.
Try it again.
Shukran.
Well done. You just learned how to say thank you in Arabic. We've covered a lot of things already, so why don't we wrap up the first lesson and recap on what we've learned. In this lesson, you learned the benefits of studying Arabic. The Arab world has a colorful history with many things for you to see and learn. And to say thank you in Arabic, it's
Shukran.
You are at a bus terminal where you're attempting to buy a ticket from a ticket counter. There are 4 different counters. Which counter should you line up at to go to the south side of the city? Which counter should you line up at to go to the south side of the city? The third counter is the counter for bus tickets that go to the south side of the city.
إلى جنوب المدينة.
You are at a bus terminal where you've just bought a long-distance ticket. Which seat number are you in? Which seat number are you in? The ticket says that you're in seat 20.
مقعد رقم 20.
You are at a bus terminal where you're reading the schedule for long-distance buses. On which days are there no buses running? On which days are there no buses running? There are no buses running on public holidays and the third Saturday of every month.
الأجازات الرسمية والسبت الثالث من كل شهر.
You are at a bus stop where you're waiting for the 301 bus. There is a notice posted on the bus timetable. What does the notice say? What does the notice say? The notice reads, "The 301 bus does not stop here."
باص رقم 301 لا يقف هنا.
You are at a train station where you're looking for the best exit to catch a taxi. Which direction should you go in to get to the taxi stop? Which direction should you go in to get to the taxi stop? You should head east to get to the taxi stop.
الشرق.
You just got a text message from your hotel's pickup service. What does the first number refer to? What does the first number refer to? The number in the text message refers to the customer code.
كود العميل.
You're checking out the hotel's facilities when you see a notice on a door. What does the notice mean? What does the notice mean? The notice reads, "Do not enter."
ممنوع الدخول.
You search online for the nearest bus service. What bus service does the page show? What bus service does the page show? The web page shows a free bus service.
خدمة الحافلات المجانية.
You're about to enter a small shop, but there's a handwritten note on the door. What does the message on the note mean? What does the message on the note mean? The note reads, "I'll be right back."
سأعود حالا.
There's a national holiday coming up, and you notice that shops have special notices about having different opening hours. From when will the opening hours return to normal? From when will the opening hours return to normal? The notice says that the opening hours will be back to normal on January 7th.
السابع من يناير.
Expand your vocabulary with our Core 2000 Words ebook. It's free and packed with essential expressions that you'll use on a daily basis. Start building your vocabulary today. Click the link in the description below to download your free Arabic ebook before it's gone.